Ladies and gentlemen, in just a moment, we'll be observing a moment of silence in honor of Ronnie Clady. Ronnie was a longtime member of our backstretch community here at Horseshoe Indianapolis and worked for the Joe Davis stable for more than 30 years. Ronnie unexpectedly passed away earlier this week. His passion for horses and racing was unmatched, and he dedicated his life to the racing industry. At this time, we direct your attention to the winner's circle and to trainer Joe Davis for a few words about Ronnie.
Thank everybody that came over here to honor Ronnie. He was a racetrack lifer, and he's probably aggravated everybody in this winner's circle at one time or another, but deep down he had the best heart in the world. He loved his job, loved the horses, loved the goats and the cats, and he just loved racing. And he loved betting too. So, and this time I'm going to turn it over to Mickey Sachi for a little prayer and then a moment of silence.
Thank you guys for being here today. And the word of God say, I'm back to him. And I'm pretty sure to run is back to the heaven with God. Please, thank you, God, for this beautiful day, for this opportunity to be here. Thank you, Father, for the life of Ronnie. Father, and your peace and your joy is with Ronnie now. Please blessing his family, his friends, and all his brothers over here today. Father, in the name of Jesus, I'm blessing his life. Amen.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, at this time to honor America, we ask that you please rise and remove your caps for the playing of our national anthem. Well, good afternoon. Welcome to this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire. Hello from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Track announcer John G. Dooley, joined by my special guest, Jimmy McInerney, as we go through a 9-race program here today to wrap up a 4-day stretch. Jimmy Mac, this will do it for us with no live racing on Friday nor over the holiday weekend. Of course, Memorial Day racing back here on Monday for the holiday at noon. But we kick off today at 2:10 with 9 races in total. Another all main track card. It's certainly been a wet week. We're about to get the weather forecast from Krista McInerney. But with that said, main track is muddy to start, and we'll close with a quarter-horse maiden over the 350.
Yeah, John, the weather certainly hasn't been our friend this week, trying to get back on the turf, and we've had a lot of scratches. Today we didn't get as many scratches as we had the past couple of days. No match races today. But, yeah, it was the sun's shining now, though the clouds are out, but we're not the professionals.
60 degrees, and Jimmy mentioned the weather look here from the clubhouse looking out the windows. But for the official race day forecast, as it is a Thursday here at the track, let's check in with the weather authority, and certainly she is Fox 59's Krista McInerney with a weather look in advance of our racing program here today. Krista, how do the skies look above Shelbyville?
Tell us something good.
A great day out at the track today. We'll have a mix of sun and clouds around as we head through the rest of the afternoon and on into the evening. We'll see temperatures rising into the mid and upper 60s into this afternoon, with temperatures falling to about 65 by the time you're heading on home. Have a great day out at the track.
All right, Krista, cheers for that forecast. And of course, Jimmy, as I mentioned, we've got 9 races here today, and that'll wrap it up for us with no live racing Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday, but different kind of horsepower, of course, at the IMS. Yeah.
You
looking
going?
forward, not going to the Indianapolis 500, looking forward to watching it there, and looks like a terrific sellout crowd. In the last 2 years, I picked Joseph Newgarden back-to-back and had Alex Palou last year. Gonna go a little injured. Alexander Rossi. I'm gonna go with him to pull it out.
That's what I'm rooting for this year.
Right,
I went for Newgarden too. I was gonna see if you're on Rossi. I am too, and I'm looking forward to going. I'm gonna go. I've been the last probably 15 or 16 years, and maybe 20 of the last 25. But it's a fun time, and
gotta go.
And if you're around here, you're close. You want to go, and certainly we want to support them as they support us. But it's big weekend.
Okay, we're on Alexander Rossi. Hope you were on Alex Achard and Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. Yeah, a couple of riding doubles on yesterday's card. And for Marcelino, it was Zumaha coming back a winner there for Gennaro Garcia. And also Gigi's World won the match race under Marcelino Pedrosa Jr.
Pickup ride subbing in for Aragon yesterday. Aragon was down at Belterra, but Mike Evans got being his first match race, and Marcelino picked up that second of the day.
Alexander Rossi. He might win the Indiana 500, but Alex Achard had a couple of winners here on yesterday's card, talking about Wednesday's matinee. One of them, a really nice-looking 3-year-old filly, certainly that we should all keep tabs on. Out to the maiden ranks was Rose of San Antone. Thought she was very impressive over that off-track, and she just pulled away by a half dozen on them.
Yeah, just absolutely romped on the field, and looks like she had a bright future for that one. And the other one he rode, that one showed some grit. The tooth and nail all the way down the lane, and Alex riding well. Of course, he had the Preakness mount just recently, so good to have him back here in our colony.
Yeah, talking about Great White, of course, and that story in the Kentucky Derby comes back to run in Preakness 151 at Laurel Park, and of course we've got the Belmont Stakes coming up, being run at Saratoga. So a lot of moving parts in thoroughbred horse racing these days. But the other winner, Stolen Power for Alex Achard, giving him the double on the day. Talking about Wednesday's racing action here at the track.
Yeah, speaking of Great White, he got one of the wins for John Ennis, and like you said, was in the Preakness. Belmont coming up, and I'm looking forward to see the Derby winner back.
And by the way, just saw this morning the New York Racing Association posting that the TwinSpires.com Louisiana Derby winner, Emerging Market, spinning his way around the spa this morning for his connections, and looking forward to seeing him going forward in his sophomore season too.
Yeah, what an exciting race, and just 3 weeks away, or 2.5 weeks, I guess. But a lot of exciting stuff coming up in racing, and lots of exciting stuff coming up here, John. A lot of big promotions and stuff going on.
You must be talking about Exactamundo.
Hey, exactly.
Perfect. Let's talk about Exactamundo. That's today's contest. And of course, Wednesdays are always for winning all season long. For all of you Racing Rachel's Warriors, we've got the Jockey's Agent contest on Tuesday. Dooley's Legends back in 2026. But let's talk about today's contest. So if you're joining us here on track, just head downstairs, floor to the first floor OTB, and of course online at horseshoeindycontest@gmail.com. But we've got right now, Jimmy Mack, the preliminaries going on all the way through July the 9th, and the grand finale for Exactamundo. That'll be that Thursday on July the 16th.
Yeah, John, 10 preliminary rounds now through the week before that contest, $100 each week Well, we have 6 contest races in it. The top 10 overall comes back and plays for that $1,500 final, like you said, on July 16th. And if you're here, visit the First Floor OTB and get involved.
129 here on the pre-race show. Jimmy McInerney along with yours truly, track announcer John Giudoli, with a 9-race card on tap here today. We mentioned about Exactamundo Thursdays going all the way through July 16th. No live racing here, as I mentioned at the top of Wire to Wire tomorrow, Saturday nor Sunday. But we're back. It's the holiday. Jimmy, we salute all of our fallen heroes. We're racing here on Memorial Day. We kick off at noon, and a lot of activities for the entire family and handicappers to enjoy.
Yes, sir. And a great race card there. And again, note that special post time of noon that day. And you know, I was looking at the PPs today. I'm really excited for that card on Monday. I'm going to bring in my winnings on Rossi from Sunday at the 500, and I'm going to parlay it all back here Memorial Day.
Don't forget, Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. We got the sports book, and I've been lucky there so far with those.
Have you?
Yeah, those Joseph Newgarden and Alex Palau last year.
Yeah, I ought to go in there see what the futures are.
That's always a good
Did you
way.
get down on Rossi yet?
Yes, I am.
Did you?
So,
Okay.
so I was worried when talking about qualifying, but second fastest qualifier, Alexander Rossi, and back of only Alex Palou, looking to go years back-to-back in the Indy 500 and join Joseph Newgarden and so many of the legends there at the IMS Indianapolis 500.
My all-time
you mentioned,
favorite,
yeah, if you
AJ
haven't
Foyt.
been, get yourself a
Get
ticket
going.
and come one year.
It's a great time, absolute great time, and you know, I'm looking forward to it.
I've been to the Belmont Stakes.
I haven't done that.
Not the Belmont Stakes at Saratoga.
well.
I mean, I've worked at Saratoga, but talking about those Travis summers, which are fun up there in August in upstate New York. But let's talk about the Belmont Stakes here, because it's also going to benefit Racehorse Aftercare, a very important topic to talk about in thoroughbred racing. And we're having the Empire of Hope event here in conjunction with Belmont Stakes Day, Saturday, June 6th. So we're complementing the day. And of course, it's all to not only raise awareness, but support retired racehorses.
Yeah, there's a wonderful industry, you know, organizations going on for the aftercare. You know, they give us so much during racing, and I'd love to be able to get it back to take care of them. Yeah. We do have that event going on, and we do have a special post time there as well, 10:45 that day. A lot of activities going on. We're going to have a handicapping contest, plenty of giveaways, and some family friend stuff. So bring the kids too.
Yeah, we'll bring in some of those retired racehorses. The Parade of Champions, always well put together by Tammy Knox, the absolute crackerjack publicist here for years at Horseshoe Indianapolis.
Nobody's better than Tammy.
100%. I mean, daily notes and what Tammy does. I mean, from morning, noon to night. Nobody better at it than Tammy Knox. We certainly appreciate her. Empire of Hope can join us here. Again, Jimmy Mack mentioned it. Special post time will be a little earlier than our usual 2:10 kickoff, 10:45 a.m. And that's on June the 6th with Empire of Hope on Belmont Stakes Day. And then a week later, we're going from Jimmy starting early to the one evening card for the season, talking about Silks and Roses. And that will be 5:10 p.m. here in town.
Yeah, dedicated to the ladies here in Silks and Roses. Again, first post.
Rachel will be here for this one.
Yeah. I'll be here too. But 5:10 post that day. Again, we speak of activities. A lot going on there that day, John. Just many things here. And the last few years, we've really taken care of the ladies here and had a big turnout. And again, supports a great cause as well that day.
I mean, all funds for the night. Talking about Silks and Roses going to Indiana Women in Need. You can make reservations by calling 317-421-8801. We're talking about activities that night. Silks and Roses on the 13th of June. That's Saturday evening with a 5:10 kickoff. Talking about Chocolate Station from Kilwins of Fishers. Jewelry Station by Rustic Charm of Nashville, Indiana. The Flower Cart, massage chairs, inflatables.
Can we take part of the massage chairs?
I know Rachel always talks about
Okay.
it, so you're gonna have to. You'll have to sit behind her.
We'll try. Yeah, but like I said, there'll be food trucks and giveaways and a lot of exciting stuff going on. So over the next month here, we have a lot of stuff on the card here and a lot of fan-friendly stuff, including all those contests here. Pretty much a contest every day. So you want to get involved and be with us here. You can some stuff you don't have to just be here. You can play along online as well.
Yeah, like today's contest, Exactamundo on Thursdays, as we mentioned. The grand finale on that's July 16th for the Exactamundo Thursday contest. First Floor OTB. Get your entries in today, or again, online players. They often take part at Horseshoe Indy Contest at gmail.com. Well, participating in handicapping and betting today on a 9-race card here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It's an all-main track card. The 4th and 6th. Those are the two that are off the Caesars course. And again, we close with a quarter horse maiden dash over the 350. But Jimmy Mack, 50-cent late fire 5. You got the low 11.99% takeout. And just to
really lose a whole bunch of horses due to those races coming off. But I do think that the first leg of the pick 4 in the pick 5 rather in the 4th race is probably one of the most complex you're going to have to spread there. But in the 6th race, I like a couple horses in there. I think you can narrow it down. Ian Wilkes has the 3 horse in there, Bourbon Notes. I think this is definitely the horse to beat. 4-1 on the morning line, John. And this one is coming off a dismal performance in a first level allowance race at Keeneland, but does have the pedigree to be able to run on an off track. The horse did break the maiden on an off track. So I'm going to go real short in there, John, and just maybe only use a couple of horses in the pick 5 and try to spread out. That low takeout is a big draw to me, and 11.99%. You got to get involved in a pick 5, and even the dollar pick 4s here, they've been paying very well. In fact, FBG, Dan Cronin and I were talking last week when he was here on Caesar's Day. The first one paid $16,000. So those low takeouts draws a lot of action, and these pick 5s is one that I play every day. So it starts in race number 4. You want to get involved. It's on the final 5 thoroughbred races on the card, including a couple other bets that we have here, John. That late. The last call double for $5. It's been a huge hit. I hit one a couple days ago. I think it was like $325 for horses didn't even pay that much.
Yeah. Nope. 50-cent pick 5s here. We've got 2 of them. Early pick 5 daily starts on the first of the day. Final 5 thoroughbred races. There's your 50-cent late fire 5. Jimmy McInerney just giving you a bit of a preview. And of course, we've got the 2 pick 4s featured here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, day in and day out. The second of the day, that starts the $1 early pick 4. Final 4 thoroughbred races of the day. That is the $1 late pick 4 presented by Itoba. And of course, the final 2 thoroughbred races. There's your $5 last call. Late daily double.
We'll give you time to get out. In case you put a bunch in, that's the get out race there, race number 7, and be involved.
All main track card. Again, we're muddy to kick off, and it's really been, again, weather-wise, we took a lot of rain here in central Indiana, and again, real quick cheers, Tony Martinez and his hardworking crew. Talking about Tammy Knox working mornings, noon, and night. Tony and his crew, they've done a remarkable job. Again, we started off sloppy. We've been upgraded to muddy, and with the sun poking through the clouds here in town, and the wind blowing right into the stands, by the way. It's a windy day. It's a crosswind, and maybe the track will dry out even more. What do you think?
I think it will, John. If we're looking out of the track so you guys can see it, but right now he's opened up the track, meaning that it went from a sealed track. He has the heralds out, so open it up, and like John said, because of the wind and the sun and the way it's coming in, good job there by our crew, right on top. And you see it's drying out. I expect it to be upgraded to good early on the card, and if he keeps going as it is, and the wind keeps helping, according to Krista's forecast, it should. So I expect it to be dried out, and Tony does a wonderful job. Had the dogs up this morning, kept the horses off the inside to help get this good racetrack for us today.
Bill, you're hired. Thanks to our big sponsors this year, Woodford Reserve, Tequila Aradoro, also Breed Development, and the Winner's Circle. Bill's there getting the great shots. Tony Martinez and crew. Jimmy Mack mentioned track being opened up and the tractors out making their rounds. Tony Martinez and crew, well done to them. Murphy Trailer Sales, terrific customer service and loyalty since 1984. You can reach out to them at 765-361-8803 or drive right over there to Crawfordsville and stop at 3000 Industrial Boulevard. You can Google it. Also, B&H Electric, cheers to them. They've got locations in town, Seymour and Bloomington.
Trifecta of locations.
Yeah, I like that.
Yeah.
I'm going to steal it right there.
Yeah, they have locations in Seymour, Shelbyville, and Bloomington. You can follow them online, John. What is that? BH-electric.com. Yeah.
There you go. Midwest Rancher. Rachel signed them up. They're on the web at www.midwestrancher.com. In Seymour, you can ring them up on your rotary at 812-680-4204 Midwest Rancher. And Russ Hubler Ford, they're dealership in Greensburg. They're on the World Wide Web. Jimmy Mack at russhublerford.com. You must be putting a lot of miles on your car. We see a lot this year, so if you're
I'm gonna have to
drop
head
Racing
over.
Rachel's name.
They said if I drop her name, you guys can too. Maybe get a little special treat over there, and I'm gonna have to hit them up. Like you said, I have been putting a lot. I think I've put 16,000 miles on my truck since 1st of April, so I'm due.
$3.95 a gallon over there, pilot? Or?
I'd sign up for $3.95 right now. It's $5.18 2 days ago when I got it.
We'd love to hear from all of you on social media. You can reach out to me on X at John G. Dooley. Racing Rachel, she's spending quality time with Ray on X at Racing Rachel M. Martha Clausen is standing by. Kelly Girl looked good winning the finale yesterday under jockey Edgar Diaz. We're going to make Martha, and she's always delighted to, as our quarter horse racing analyst, pick out the winner of that quarter horse maiden to wrap up the day at 6:15, and that over the 350 yards. And Brian Aragoni is standing by. Jimmy Mack offered his thoughts about the 50-cent late fire 5. Brian, Getting ready to talk about the 50-cent early pick 5, both with the low 11.99% takeout. Again, that's under 12% takeout on the pick 5s here. Just a terrific thing for the bettors, with more money going back into horse players' pockets, and we're happy to do that here at Horseshoe Indianapolis all season long. Track-wise, you can follow us on X at, of course, HS Indy Racing. Also, we're on Instagram, and subscribe to our YouTube channel at Horseshoe Indianapolis Racing. And Jimmy McInerney, you're no stranger to X. You're on there as well, and so too our friend Dan Cronin.
He's
back
also
on
back
at Keeneland Dan.
Yeah.
Good to see him.
Dan's so
getting it
good he
back.
has 2 accounts. But no, he's back. You can follow him as long as well. But certainly a lot of going on here. We keep you up to date with the promotions, the handicap, and the picks, all of that on social media. And I'm fortunate to be part of this crew, because not a lot of tracks do that. The fans obviously appreciate it. I, first and foremost, am a fan of the game, then a handicapper, and then your co-host.
There's FanDuel 1, FanDuel 2. We need, of course, Dan Cronin needs a couple of X accounts, doesn't he?
Absolutely, and he's been firing on these pick 4s here, and I certainly I hit one the other day that I wasn't going to use a horse, and I seen his picks on there, so I added a couple of his picks into mine and got paid, and so that pays to follow.
Yeah, absolutely, because different opinions, different thoughts, and maybe you just add one more horse in there, and you can have a.
Sometimes a guy sees something you don't see, and you're like, man, how did I miss that? But that's why we're here.
40 years in horse racing, still waiting for that score of a lifetime, Jimmy Mack.
Me
But
too.
for right now, we've got 9 races, as we're a bit short on time. 1:40 here on the pre-race show. That's a half hour away from the first of the day, and that means the start of the 50-cent early pick 5. Jimmy covered the late fire 5. Brian Aragoni standing by to talk about the early one. Again, no live racing here Friday, Saturday, and Sunday on the holiday weekend. Don't forget, special post time. We'll be back right here on Monday for racing, Memorial Day, as we honor all of our fallen heroes with that earlier 12 o'clock post time. Quick commercial break of this Thursday edition of Wire to Wire from Horseshoe Indianapolis. When the program returns, it's the B Block with Brian Aragoni right after this.
Tequila Herradura. Extraordinary awaits.
Don't see it very often. The all-male version of Wire to Wire. Jimmy Mack on track and on set in person here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Thankful that he's here while Mrs. Rachel is away on a field trip. It'll be John and Jimmy Mack taking you through the majority of the card. I'll tune in as well through a couple of races in the paddock on this all-main track card. You heard those guys talking about it. We're closer to fast than we are sloppy today. Hopefully that track will be upgraded shortly after the first race, if not sooner. 27 minutes away from the opener, and while we may be off the turf, I think today's card is the best card of the week. We've been off the turf the entirety of the week, and with that, we had a match race. We also had a couple of 3-horse races as well, but today I think is very competitive, especially if you're a horizontal player. These pick 4s and pick 5s are challenging, so let's take a look at how I navigated through these first 5 races. Maiden special weight going 1 mile on a muddy track about a half hour away from now. Scratch number 7, Beautiful Esther, out of this event. I'm going to use the same tactic I did yesterday in the opener, and it worked yesterday, and I'm hopeful it'll work again today. Maiden special weight level. I'm going to go to horses that are still 3 years old in this race. So just as simple as that, 3-year-olds. Now, I do like him on paper. I think Paul McEntee's horse ran very well last time out. Down on the inside, Joseph Bielmer, 5-2. Currently right now, second time going around 2 turns, but did take on horses last time out that wanted to be on the turf, playing against Pink Picture in here, currently co-favored. And then we'll also use the 5, 6, and 8. The 5 and 6 are on a stretch out. They could be interesting horses if they get the lead, and the track caters to speed. Jareth Loveberry, welcome him back, my good friend from many years ago. Finished second in the Kentucky Derby not all that long ago as well. He brings his talents and services here to Horseshoe Indianapolis. I'm sure he's going to win. I'm hopeful it begins right away in race number 1 with a 7-1 shot in Golden Creek. 1, 5, 6, and 8. As we trust the 3-year-olds in the maiden special weight race in race number 1. Maiden $15,000 claimers in here, 3-year-olds and upbred in the state of Indiana. No scratches or changes, going 5.5 furlongs. Kicks off today's first of 2 pick 4s, $1 pick 4 beginning in race number 2, as well as race 5 will go 2, 3, 5, and 6 in here. Another challenging race. We're going to take a stand against Officer Gamble. Very similar to the thinking and the analysis or lack thereof in the opener. A 5-year-old who's still looking for their first career win is not going to be a 5-year-old or a selection on my ticket. I think Officer Gamble has run the best races of this entire group, and maybe his worst race is probably better than this, and that's possible. But 0 for 11 and 5 years old, coming in on about 3 weeks rest, turf to dirt in play with some class relief, and a horse who's been at the lower level claiming ranks in the past. I'm going to take a stand against 2, 3, 5, and 6. It's not so much that I love anybody else. It's more so that I don't trust Officer Gamble, especially at 3 to 5 or 4 to 5, whatever we may get. 2, 3, 5, and 6 as we kick off that pick 4 in the second. Race 3 brings a field of 5 set to go 1 mile in here. Scratch number 6 instinctually out of this race. We're going to go 1, 3, and 5. Fervent Prayer along with Sligo Time. Now, Sligo Time is a horse you could easily overlook. He's 1 for 22, a 4-year-old who's changed hands between John Herron, Shane Speece, and I went back and looked. Tracy Wisner has actually owned this horse for some time. Was just under the name or training guidance of Mr. Speece over at Mahoney Valley, but Tracy did own the horse last time out at April 3rd, which I like, because usually kind of see sometimes ownership will give up on a horse after some bad defeats or a loss like the last time out, 51 length defeat, but that wasn't the case. They didn't change ownership whatsoever. Remains the same. She owns, she trains, and the 4-year-old's got upside because he's got to win at the distance, and that's something more than many of this field, in fact, maybe all of the rest of this field, can say. A win at the distance. House of Gold has rarely tried 2 turns, and when he has, he proved that the distance could be a little bit of a challenge for him. So no doubt about it that House of Gold is strictly the horse to beat in here, but I think Sligo Time is a horse who wants all of this ground and should get just that today with a ton of upside and an overlay opportunity at 12-1, small field, potentially big price in race 3. Race 4, first off-turf event of the day. Thankfully, we only carded 2 of them, so we are off the turf in races 4 and 6. With that, there's not too many changes in the 4th race. I'm going to key in on my top 3 selections in here, 1, 6, and the scratched out 11. So this ticket will become even cheaper today with the 11 being a scratch that I didn't originally have on my ticket with British Empress. And just going over the scratches currently as we speak with race 4, 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, and 12. John G. Dooley, about 15 minutes away from the opener, will take you through the official final changes as we head into the card, so I'd certainly recommend tuning into that. But for the purposes of this ticket, I'm going to lean into the 1 and the 6 now. I think Moonlaw could easily be a single on most people's tickets. Claiming box for Brad Cox. They don't seem to dive into the claim box all that often, but when they do, they usually have a reason. And they ran good first start off the claim. Now they try the dirt in here for Moonlaw, who could be tough to beat. But then you've also got spun up Cipriano Contreras. The man's been red hot. He's winning at almost 50% here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Many of that success has come with Manny Esquivel in the saddle. However, he's over at Churchill for their Thursday evening card. So Evan Roman, the plenty capable reinsman who has teamed up at 20% with Cipriano, will be aboard. 1 and 6 for yours truly in race 4. Race 5 brings the single. Now, I was boisterous about this single. I'm very, very confident about this single, and that's rare for me on a first-time starter. But I was a lot less confident when I looked at Jimmy Mack's tip sheet, as I always do anytime I can get my hands on an educated horseman like Jimmy Mack, who's an experienced gambler as well, I was hopeful to see Golden Decree all over it. It's not on it at all. In fact, not only is it not his top selection, it's not in his top 3. That's probably a bad sign for me, but I'm still going to lean into this 3-year-old Chestnut by Constitution out of Golden Mischief, a homebred for Juddmonte. Now, has Juddmonte sent the most live animals to Horseshoe Indianapolis this season? They have not. In fact, Brad Cox hasn't either. He's only winning at 14%, which is something we are not accustomed to here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. This is a very rare sign, but I don't think it's going to last forever. In fact, I know it's not, because Golden Decree has shown a talent in the morning. Either he's been running against mules and donkeys in the morning, or this horse certainly has some talent. I am not fearful that this horse is on the main track versus the turf. He's been training consistently at Keeneland, gets Fernando, Juddmonte, homebred, Golden Decree, with that outside attack post in here. Now, the 11th post is not very easy to deal with, and we do have to deal with a Larry Ravelli runner who brought Jareth Loveberry, his first call rider, with him for the debut of Mischievous Richie. But I like the outside post better than the inside post, and I've seen Golden Decree work out, and that is more than I've seen Mischievous Richie. So I am all over Golden Decree today, 8-1, a single, my best bet. I like this horse quite a bit, but I am fearful that an educated, smart man like Jimmy Mack does not have this horse in his top 3. He definitely knows more than I do, and that is a bad sign, something that we will have to overcome. But I am hopeful that things start going in the right direction for Brad Cox and Juddmonte, and it will begin with Golden Decree as we're 20 minutes away from kicking off your weekend here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. We may have been off the turf, but we've got excellent betting opportunities because the lowest takeout in the entire country. 11.99% take on those pick 5s, 15% take on the pick 4s, and rolling daily doubles, 15% takeout. We had a $5 late daily double earlier this week that came home to score with a favorite in the finale, paid over $816. Incredible opportunities galore. We may be off the turf, but there's still ways to make money here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and certainly wish you the best of luck, as we've got 9 of them here today, 8 thoroughbreds and 1 quarter horse that Martha will take you through, and she will be happy to do so. So sit back, relax, and enjoy a Thursday at Horseshoe Indy.
Good afternoon from Horseshoe Indianapolis. Hello now from the broadcast booth. Great to have you with us today. Track announcer John G. Dooley. 9 races carded. It's an all main track card. The 4th and the 6th race, both off the turf. Main track labeled good to start. If you have your programs close by, let's take a look at the changes and corrections on today's racing program. Sun and clouds, temperatures through the 60s. Main track good. Starting with a maiden fillies mile. Scratch number 7, Beautiful Esther. Top of the card, number 7, Beautiful Esther, has been scratched from the maiden fillies mile. The second race, maiden sprint, starts the $1 early pick 4. No changes, all 6 run. On to the third we go. Third race, like the opener, over the mile. Scratch number 6, Instinctually. Number 6, Instinctually, has been scratched. The fourth race is the first leg of the 50-cent Late Fire 5, 1 of 2 off the turf. The fourth race at 3:43 p.m. will now be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch the 2, Fashion Affirmed. Number 3, Birkin Girl. Scratch number 9, Hidden Quarry. Take out the 10, Sea Lion. Scratch 11, British Empress. And scratch the 12, Justifiable Steal. It's off the turf. Main track 1 mile 70 yards. Scratch 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, and the number 12. And the 8, Freak City. There's a jockey change to Fernando de la Cruz. Fernando de la Cruz rides 8, Freak City. Waive the apprentice allowance, 122 pounds, the corrected weight. In the fifth race, maiden 3-year-old dash, scratch number 3, Blackjack Man. Number 3, Blackjack Man has been scratched. 12, Elusive Khan will debut with Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell rides the 12, Elusive Khan. In the sixth race, another off the turf. There's the main track distance of 5 furlongs. Scratch number 2, Collective Beauty. It's off the turf. Number 2, Collective Beauty, has been scratched. In the seventh race, Phillies Mare Sprint. This starts the $5 last call, late thoroughbred double. No changes, all 11 run, and the first half of the last call double. Race 8. Another sprint on the day. Here's scratch 1, Yolo Santiago. Take out number 5, Gimme 3 Steps. Scratch the 7, Prince of Pennies, and the 8, More Success. Scratch the 1, 5, 7, and the number 8. Now number 3, El Rosilo. There's a jockey change to Jose Gutierrez. Jose Gutierrez rides number 3, El Rosilo. Ninth race is the last of the day and last of the race week here. No live racing Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday. Ninth race, the quarter horse maiden over the 350 yards. Good track at this hour, Crosswind. Ninth race, scratch. Number 5, Secret Smoke. 11, Rhino 6. And number 12, Luna Unlimited. Scratch the 5, 11, and 12, quarter horse maiden over the 350 yards to wrap up the day and the week. Sun and clouds on a Thursday in town. Temperatures mid to upper 60s. All main track card, main track good. We'll have the maiden fillies mile due off in 11 minutes time. Make it a great day with us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. The horses stepping onto the track for the first race. Maiden Fillies Mile, a field of 7. Number 7, Beautiful Esther, has been scratched. Scratch the 7, Beautiful Esther. Race 1 of 9 on an all main track card features Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta. We start our rolling doubles, 50-cent rolling pick 3s, and the Maiden Mile starts the 50-cent early pick 5. Main track good. 3 minutes to post time. 3 minutes. Two minutes away from post time for the first of 9 on the day. For your information, we have a late jockey change to announce for the first time in the 4th race. That's 102 off the turf course, all main track card. Main track good. Turning to the 4th race in your program. Number 4, Queen Mercedes. This jockey change just in. Number 4, Queen Mercedes will now be ridden by Jareth Ludbury. That's in the 4th. It'll be run on the main track at 1 mile and 70 yards. 4th race, number 4, Queen Mercedes. Now make the jockey Jareth Ludbury. 2 minutes. At 1 minute to post time for the Maiden Fillies Mile opener. Turning to the 9th race in your program, another jockey change just into us. 9th race to cap off the card with a quarter horse maiden over the 350 in the 6:15 finale. 9th race, a jockey change made for number 4, LB Flash and Chicks to Eduardo Luna Diaz. That's in the 9th. Closing the card with a quarter horse maiden over the 350. Number 4, LB Flash and Chicks make the jockey Eduardo Luna Diaz. 9th race. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading Joseph Bimmer with Scripted Love. Taking her position in the starting gate first. Joe Ramos with Maximum Spirit joined her. Mitchell Murrell with Pink Picture. 7-5, the first favorite Pink Picture. Jareth Ludbury with Golden Creek. Now Lavish Justice. Joseph Romero claims the 5-pound apprentice allowance. Amir Mendoza with Brooklyn Benny. One more Santos Sanjor, 3 times started Royal Tiara. All 9 races on the main track today. Main track good to start. Here comes the first. They're in the gate. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pink Picture, quite a flyer. Toward the inside, Scripted Love allowed to settle. Golden Creek in the green cap with an early bid. On the outside is Brooklyn Benny and farther out Royal Tiara. But to the lead went Pink Picture for Mitchell Murrell. At the 6.5, it's Pink Picture who leads them to the back of the track on this windy day with Golden Creek right with her. On the outside is Brooklyn Benny into 3rd, and toward the inside is Lavish Justice in 4th. As they go up the back of the track, and then racing wide is Royal Tiara looking to improve her position. Scripted Love with the rail, and in between them, Maximum Spirit trails the mile here in the Thursday opener. The first 2 of 8 furlongs, good track, 24.59 seconds. Making their way past the half-mile pole with Pink Picture in charge of the pace. Pink Picture leads Golden Creek, who's right there on the outside, poised for Jareth Ludbury as they enter the far turn. Then toward the inside is Lavish Justice in a purple cap. Brooklyn Benny with Royal Tiara raced wide, Scripted Love, and finally Maximum Spirit. Half mile, 49.12 seconds. They have inside 3 furlongs left. And there's Golden Creek. Golden Creek at 21-1, taking on Pink Picture. Past the quarter pole, Scripted Love is drawing in now for Joseph Bimmer. Then toward the inside, Maximum Spirit wide, Royal Tiara around, Lavish Justice. The one who tailed off was Brooklyn Benny. These maiden fillies well into the stretch. 3/4 won at 14.60 seconds. Toward the inside, Pink Picture dug her heels in for Mitchell Murrell. She turned back Golden Creek, but not Maximum Spirit, who's charged to the lead for Joe Ramos and raced away to best Pink Picture by 3. Scripted Love was 3rd, and Golden Creek finished back in 4th. $139.72 after the maiden fillies mile. Unofficial 4.215. Number 4, Maximum Spirit at 5-1 was first. Number 2, Pink Picture at 2-1 tracked down. The 1, Scripted Love, even money. First favorite was 3rd after the mile. And 5, Golden Creek at 21-1 fourth. Hold all bets until official. Joe Ramos getting on the Thursday scoreboard right off the bat for Tiana Richardville. It's a 5-1 Maximum Spirit in her 10th run out to the maiden ranks today. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner Circle number 4, Maximum Spirit with Joe Ramos. Maximum Spirit is a 4-year-old, chestnut filly by More Spirit. Out of Maximum Reward by Albertus Maximus. Racing for Tiana Richardville's Thirsty Acres Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Maximum Spirit out to the maiden ranks. 139.72 seconds on a good track. Race 1 official. First results in. The 4-2 exacta paid $36.60. 50-cent trifecta 4-2-1, $18.15. Golden Creek was fourth in the maiden mile. 10-cent superfecta 4-2-1-5 paid out $19.81. Top of the card, the 7 was a non-runner. Favorite, third. 7 ran. Good track, 139.72. Race 2 of 9 is 21 minutes away. Maiden sprint, no changes, 6 run. Race 2 will feature exacta, trifecta, superfecta. The start of another rolling double. 50-cent pick 3, races 2, 3, and 4. First leg of the $1 early pick 4 on an all main track card. Post time will be 2:41 in all cases if you can. Please do. Try to make your Horseshoe Indianapolis selections and wagers today early. Thank you. Coming up in just a moment or two, our first race replay of the Maiden Fillies Mile. Hope you had a bet on Maximum Spirit. Away and running at Horseshoe Indianapolis. Pink Picture caught a flyer. Toward the inside, Scripted Love allowed to settle. Golden Creek in the green cap with an early bid. On the outside is Brooklyn Benny and farther out Royal Tiara. But to the lead went Pink Picture for Mitchell Merle. At the 6.5, it's Pink Picture who leads them to the back of the track on this windy day with Golden Creek right with her. On the outside is Brooklyn Benny into third. And toward the inside is Lavish Justice in fourth. As they go up the back of the track, and then racing wide is Royal Tiara looking to improve her position. Scripted Love with the rail, and in between them, Maximum Spirit trails the mile here in the Thursday opener. The first 2 of 8 furlongs, good track, 24.59 seconds. making their way past the half-mile pole with Pink Picture in charge of the pace. Pink Picture leans Golden Creek, who's right there on the outside, poised for Jareth Lubberry as they enter the far turn. Then toward the inside is Lavish Justice in a purple cap. Brooklyn Benny with Royal Tiara raced wide, Scripted Love, and finally Maximum Spirit. Half mile, 49.12 seconds. They have inside 3 furlongs left. And there's Golden Creek. Golden Creek at 21-1, taking on Pink Picture. Past the quarter pole, Scripted Love is drawing in now for Joseph Bimmer. Then toward the inside, Maximum Spirit wide, Royal Tiara around, Lavish Justice. The one who tailed off was Brooklyn Benny. These maiden fillies well into the stretch. 3/4 won at 14.60 seconds. Toward the inside, Pink Picture dug her heels in for Mitchell Murrell. She turned back Golden Creek, but not Maximum Spirit, who's charged to the lead for Joe Ramos and raced away to best Pink Picture by 3. Scripted Love was third, and Golden Creek finished back and forth. It's the first.
Been a great week so far for Tiana Richardville. She'll have more opportunities to win later on today, but she teams up with Joe Ramos, and a $12 winner kicks off the Thursday card here. We've upgraded the track from muddy to good, so track going in the right direction. It's open now. Hopefully it'll be fast before you know it, but we do kick off the $1 minimum. Pick 4, just 11 minutes away. Let's take a look at this field. No scratches or changes to report. 6 of them going 5.5 furlongs in here, and we're going to have a heavily backed favorite. Officer Gamble, the 5-year-old gelding by Charming Kitten, is still looking for his first career victory, but I'm going to go a different direction in here. I'm going to go to a 3-year-old Lil Chance. Jose Gutierrez is looking to get another win in here and improve that 10% win rate, and I think Michelle Elliott and her team have been knocking on the door. In fact, they've got 11 second and third place finishes. They've been close, but they haven't been getting the racing luck that one would expect. I think that could change in here with Little Chance, who's already making his 4th start of the year. I guess it is about right, as we're about a month and a half, nearly 2 months into the season already here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. It feels like just yesterday that we did begin, but this horse ran second racing day here of the season, then took the drop in class from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, and while it resulted in some early speed, hasn't resulted in any payoffs in purse money. They finished 4th the last 2 starts, showing speed, not showing much finish. Now, they do go from a sloppy racetrack to a good racetrack. Make what you want of that. They did lose to a horse in Star Promise, who was well-backed, in fact, hammered at the wagering windows. And Me Sargento, your second-place runner, was previously 0 for 23 and exited that race to get a win earlier this week. So that race could be live. Star Promise didn't run particularly well yesterday, but it was a massive jump up in class from maiden 15,000 to the allowance ranks. So I think I'm willing to forgive the winner in Star Promise. Me Sargento came back to win. You see where I'm going. Little Chance has shown speed, not much finish on a track that now they cut back from 6 furlongs to 5.5 furlongs, and speed is the play in here for Little Chance. 6-1, a great value player, huge overlay price off that 3-1 morning line. The 5 is God and Luck. Jeff Hiles owns, trains, and bred this 3-year-old roan out of Happy's Reflection. In for $15,000 and maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. It's as simple as that. My old friend Jeff Madej told me sometimes you just throw out the racing form, you follow the horses making the biggest drop into the game from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming, and God and Luck is just that. Turf to dirt, cutting back. I mean, I suppose you could say they ran on the turf, but they were truly never involved. It was a 12-horse field, and they were nearly in the back of the pack almost the entire time. They were beaten by 27 lengths that day. Maiden special weight, down to maiden claiming. Turf to dirt is an angle I like as well. Horse who showed a little touch of speed at the maiden special weight level. First off the layoff, you get Marcelino Pedroza Jr., you got Jeff Hiles. He certainly knows his way to the winner's circle. This horse certainly looks the part down here in the walk hearing. I like the way this Dark Bay has turned out. Looks plenty fit. Should improve on the class relief today with God and Luck. The 6 is Maximum Justice. I believe we just had a Maximum Runner win our opener and Maximum Spirit in the opener. How about Maximum Justice now in race number 2 as we kick off this pick 4? Gennaro Garcia teaming up with Micah Meeks, who's winning at 26% so far on the season. She's been getting very live mounts this meet, still carrying that 7-pound weight break as well. The 3-year-old son of Harry's Holiday is 0 for 6 with 3 second and third place finishes. Came in off of the lengthy layoff, and despite running for a tag near the end of the meet, came back at the maiden special weight level, and it didn't go all that well. But is dropping from maiden special weight down to maiden claiming. They lose Marcelino Pedroza Jr. He jumps ship. He's going to ride God and Luck. But you do have another horse, this one not similar to God and Luck, because Maximum Justice has been at the claiming ranks before, in fact twice, and finished 3rd and 2nd. With that, some success at this level, class relief in play, second start off of the layoff, and the red-hot Micah Meeks going to be in the saddle for Gennaro Garcia. I'm taking a stand against your 5-year-old. Lightly raced 5-year-old, 0 for 11 for Shauna Martin. They could easily win this race. In fact, their worst races on paper are better than most in here. However, at 5 years old, if they're going to win their first, it's going to be without me, as we're 7 minutes away from kicking off race 2, which also kicks off rolling daily doubles and pick 4s, 15% takeout, one of the lowest in the land. You'd be a fool not to dive into pools like that. Certainly get to doing it right now. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the second race. This maiden sprint carded at 5.5 furlongs, a field of 6. All 6 run, no changes. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 and starts at the $1 early pick 4. All main track card, main track good. 3 minutes now to post time. 3 minutes. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the $1 early pick four on an all main track card. Main track good. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Loading in front of starter Oscar Quiros. Alexander Crispin with Count the Cash. Now Mitchell Merle, Officer Gamble. Even money on Officer Gamble. Join Count the Cash. Loading for the maiden. Jose Gutierrez with Lil Chance coming up. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., the pilot, with God and Luck. God and Luck went it well, two back. Evan Roman with Lover's Trap. One more, Micah Meekson, 6-time started Maximum Justice. At 5.5 furlongs on a good track for the second of the day from Horseshoe Indianapolis. They're in the gate. And they're off. Fast start for God and Luck. Also right there toward the inside. Here's this bid by Count the Cash and Lil Chance in the black cap also forcing the issue. It's Count the Cash, who just leads the dash for Alexander Crispin, going past the half-mile pole. Lil Chance second, God and Luck is third. Mitchell Morrill and Officer Gamble in a blue cap steered toward the rail at the 3.5. The trailers are Lover's Trap and Maximum Justice is last of the maiden sextet. The quarter 22.96 seconds as they round the far turn. It's Count the Cash. But Jose Gutierrez has Lil Chance right there poised as these leaders come past the quarter pole with God and Luck third and mounting a rally. Officer Gamble tries to gain toward the rail. Then Lover's Trap and Maximum Justice is last. Top of the stretch, it's Count the Cash. Count the Cash as Officer Gamble continues to charge hard. 1 furlong to go. It's Count the Cash, Officer Gamble, and on the outside. God and Luck, Lil Chance fourth. Then Lover's Trap and Maximum Justice never picked up. With Alexander Crispin, it's Count the Cash. Officer Gamble on the outside just falls short. Count the Cash holding on from Officer Gamble. God and Luck third and Lil Chance finished fourth. .105.44 seconds after the maiden. Good track, 105.44, 14521. Count the Cash in the dash at 2-1. For Officer Gamble in his 12th career start. 8-5 favorite for the silver medal. 5 God and Luck. 4-1 third and 2 Lil Chance at 3-1 getting into the frame. Alexander Crispin, Tracy Wisner, Hirosano Santiva. 5th career start. It's the win for Count the Cash. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle for a Cody photo is the one Count the Cash with Alexander Crispin. Count the Cash is a 4-year-old big gelding by Santiva. Out of the Just Plain Joe mare, Pretty Plain Jane. For Tracy Wisner Racing LLC, Tracy Wisner trains. Count the Cash, first up in 2026, out to the maiden ranks. It's official. 1 for exacta paid $17.20. 50-cent trifecta, 145, $13.25. The opening double, after the maidens. The 4-1 double, combining Maximum Spirit with Count the Cash, paid $64.20. Little Chance was fourth. 10-cent superfecta, 1452, returned $4.48. In the maiden, favorite, second. All six ran, 105.44 seconds. 22 minutes away from the third. Another over the mile. Number 6, Instinctually, has been scratched. Scratch number 6, Instinctually. Race 3 with exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. The fourth race is off the turf. Main track good. Post time 3:12. And the gate. And they're off. Fast start for God and Luck. Also right there toward the inside. Here's this bid by Count the Cash and Little Chance in the black cap also forcing the issue. It's Count the Cash, who just leads the dash for Alexander Crispin, going past the half-mile pole. Little Chance second, God and Luck is third. Mitchell Murrell and Officer Gamble in a blue cap steered toward the rail at the 3.5. The trailers are Lover's Trap and Maximum Justice is last of the maiden sextet. The quarter 22.96 seconds as they round the far turn. It's Count the Cash. But Jose Gutierrez has Little Chance right there poised as these leaders come past the quarter pole with God and Luck third and mounting a rally. Officer Gamble tries to gain toward the rail. Then Lover's Trap and Maximum Justice is last. Top of the stretch, it's Count the Cash. Count the Cash as Officer Gamble continues to charge hard. 1 furlong to go. It's Count the Cash, Officer Gamble, and on the outside, God and Luck, Little Chance fourth, then Lover's Trap and Maximum Justice never picked up. With Alexander Crispin, it's Count the Cash, Officer Gamble on the outside, just falls short. Count the Cash holding on from Officer Gamble in the gate.
When it comes to horse racing, you can never have too much information. With Twin Spires, you can place your bets with confidence. Whether you use handicapping insights like our Brisnet speed ratings, prime power, and past performances, the guidance of our experts' top picks, or just choose a name that catches your eye. Yes! No matter how you pick your horse, bet with Twin Spires. And now you can race to victory with Twin Spires tournaments.
Well, it's been girl power thus far throughout the racing program here as Tiana Richardville took the opener with Maximum Spirit, and then Maximum, Maximum Spirit, and then Tracy Wisner with Count the Cash in race number 2. I'm hoping the trend continues, and we can close out the pick 3 here with another female trainer in Tiana Richardville getting her second of the day here currently right now 7-5 as we move on to race number 3 where we'll see state bred 3 non-winners of 275 claimers to go 1 mile in here. Again, there's a scratch of the outside horse instinctually. Now, House of Gold is one I think will benefit from a hot pace. I do think there's several horses signed on with speed in here. Fervent Prayer on the stretch out from the Granite's Barn, who I think is the main opposition to House of Gold, should be forwardly placed on the stretch out. The horse showed a little bit of speed last start. Stretching out will put him closer to the pace. Time before at the route distance when he closed out the season last year, he's up and on the pace, and I think Golden Sense will have to go again. So should that speed battle set up top, I think House of Gold should get a favorable setup. Now this is a one winner from 8 starts. The horse has been 50% 1, 2, 3, and last start kind of maybe lost all chance. Was breaking from that inside stall, kind of broke out early. Ramos had to grab him a little bit, and the horse kind of fought it a little bit, threw his head about for maybe a 1/16 of a mile till he finally was settled there and stalked the pace, made a rail run, tipped out about the 8th pole, and finished okay to be second and behind Crab Crunch, who had everything his own way that day. But House of Gold, I think, is going to have everything his own way today due to this possible pace scenario. I think should he jump well, I think he's going to set a perfect trip. And Tiana Richardville, when she stretches these horses out, most of her horses seem to be better at route distances. She wins a lot of races going around the ground. It suits her training style. And when she does that, she goes from sprint to a route, meaning from the 6 furlong race last time to a mile race this time. She wins at 24%. She's had a winner on the card already. And 6-5, I think, is a fair price on this horse with the scratch of the outside horse. A lot of money coming in on the inside horse. But if House of Gold holds at 6-5, it's definitely one you want on all your tickets here. As we take a closer look to my second horse, drawn from the inside. We spoke a little bit about this horse from the Granite's Barn. This one's 3-2 on the board right now and currently being bet down, and I think the horse deservedly so. This is another one who I think benefits from the added ground. Tony Granite's ran this one last start, first raced off the shelf, and was 4th, beaten 14 lengths, coming out of the same race that I spoke about with House of Gold. Now the horse got bumped around a little bit at the start, but nothing really to hinder his chances. I don't think the distance is his best friend. Now, he broke his maiden here back on June 18th last year when stretching out to the route of ground after having a start over the track. He went to the front and never looked back. He should be forwardly placed. What I like about this horse is Tony Granite's entered this horse. If you look in your program last start when he ran here, you'll see the W next to the claim in 8,000 on 2. That means he waived the claim. He didn't want to lose the horse. Once, per the rules, once the horse is off a certain amount of days, you can run the first couple of times protected, meaning you can waive the claim. And he waived it that time, knowing he's probably going to need a race, I would have to think. And stretching out to the route of ground, I think is going to be this horse's best friend. Alex Richard, couple of wins on the program yesterday, has the call as we speak. He drifts up to 8-5. That's a pretty good price on this horse. You lose a lot of points with the 6 scratching on your morning line. So 8-5 is a pretty square price on Fervent Prayer, who's another I think will benefit. Now I just hope he don't get caught up in a speed duel with Going Sense. But is drawing the rail, gets Alex, who's riding hot. Tony, since coming in from Tampa, he winters down there. He got here around Derby Day, and he's starting to run, and his horses are running very well. Now, as we're about to get riders up orders, we'll talk about the 2 Buster B. Going with 2 short price horses, wanted to add a little value. Now, the top 2 horses are certainly by far the lowest payouts in the will pace. Now, we did have a 5-to-1 shot win the opener, a 2-to-1 shot win the second race, yet the double pays $64. The will pays to these top 2 horses I spoke about were $43 and $87 and change for a $1 ticket. Now to the 2, it's a couple $100. So drastic difference, 8-to-1 longest shot on the board. But Ray Paquette is another one who I think his horses run better at a route of ground. Now this one has had 2 starts here locally this year. Kind of ran even both starts, was 5th, but this is another one. The reason I like this horse, he's going to be a value play, and he's going to get a pace set up. Should House of Gold, get caught in some traffic or maybe not be his day, Buster B will be closing at the end. He won't be as far back as he normally will. I think he'll probably be sitting 3rd or 4th somewhere, about 3 or 4 lengths off the lead, just to the inside of House of Gold. But I think he could get a slice at a price here at 8-to-1. So 5, 1, 2 for me are my top 3 picks here in the 3rd race as we start another double and another rolling pick 3. Don't forget race 4. Brian will be back on. We'll talk about that low takeout, late Fire 5 coming up in race number 4. But first and foremost, the 3rd race. I'm all about the girl power. I'm on Tiana Richardville here to get her second of the day. Good luck.
Horseshoe Indianapolis paddock judge Brandy Bell with the call for riders up. The horses stepping onto the track now for the third race. This race will be run over the mile. Main track remains labeled good. Here a field of 5. 6 instinctually has been scratched. Scratch the 6 instinctually from the race card. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3 featured. All main track card. Post time 4 minutes away. Two minutes to post time. 2 minutes. Less than 1 minute to post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Indiana Breds going down to the mile start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It's now post time. Loading for the mile. Alexander Shard with Fervent Prayer. First in, Fervent Prayer. Marcelino Pathosa Jr. with Buster B. The first two of the 5 loaded. Now Sligo time. Alexander Crispin going for a double with Tracy Wisner. Maximum Spirit and Count the Cash, our first 2 winners. With Alberto Burgos, here's Going Sense. One more, 4 to 5 favorite for the mile. House of Gold. Joe Ramos won the mile opener for Gianna Richardville's 300th career win. 3 to 5 on House of Gold. They're in the gate. They're off. Even start. There's Going Sense. Straight to the lead for Alberto Burgos and crosses and clears in a nifty early move. Going Sense into the first turn from Fervent Prayer, who's right up there with Going Sense, and they have 7 furlongs to run. House of Gold, blue with the orange sleeves, now tracks them from third as these Indiana Breds go to the back of the track. Buster B and Sligo Time has dropped back to last. Out in front, here's an early bid by Fervent Prayer for Alex Achard. It's Fervent Prayer who's taken the lead. The opening quarter in 24.27 seconds. Going Sense just yields to Fervent Prayer, who leads the mile. Going Sense second to the inside by 4. With House of Gold tracking them from third for Joe Ramos. It's a break of 4 more. With Marcelino Pathosa Jr., Buster B is running in 4th. Into the hands of Alexander Crispin. Sligo Time, last of the 5 still. The half mile in 47.72 seconds. Going Sense and Fervent Prayer as they round the far turn a half length apart. And at the inside, Going Sense has a short lead. Fervent Prayer matching strides. House of Gold lying in wait to pounce as they come past the quarter pole and then detached. Sligo Time of the Wisner Red just picked up Buster B, who's last. They strain away, and House of Gold sweeps after them. 3/4, 1 minute 12.48 seconds with Joe Ramos. It's House of Gold who went to the front and is kicking away, edging left while clear of Fervent Prayer toward the inside. Going Senses drop back, and then Sligo Time, they're near home. It's House of Gold. House of Gold finishes on top by a half dozen lengths from Fervent Prayer, and Sligo Time comes in third, and Going Sense finished back in 4th. $138.85 after the mile, unofficial. 5-1-3-4. Number 5, House of Gold at 1-2 was first. 1 Fervent Prayer, 2-1 on the runner-up. 3 Sligo Time, 13-1 getting into the trifecta. For Going Sense at 6-1 was fourth. 5-1, 3-4. Couple of mile wins on the card for Joe Ramos, both for Tiana Richeville. Maximum Spirit won the first of the day for trainer Tiana Richeville's 300th career victory. House of Gold makes it 3-01 for Tiana. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, number 5, House of Gold. Making a pair of mile wins on the day for Joe Ramos. House of Gold is a 4-year-old. Dark Bear Brown Gelding by Country House. Out of Brenda's Gold by Scat Daddy. Racing for James Strahan and Karen Strahan. Trainer Tiana Richeville. Now 5 for her last 13. 301 career wins. A double on the day. Both of them with a mile. For Tiana Richeville, House of Gold was 1-2. The result of the third race mile official. 5-1 exacta paid $5.80. 50-cent trifecta 5-1-3, $7.10. The 1-5 double, combining Count the Cash with House of Gold, paid $11.60. First pick 3 of the day, combining Maximum Spirit with Count the Cash with House of Gold, Tiana to Tracy to Tiana, paid $21.60. In the mile, 6 was a non-runner, favorite first, 5 ran, 138.85. On to the 4th of 9, all main track card, this 102, taken off the Caesars course, main track now upgraded to fast. Fast track going forward. 4th race will be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. Scratch 2, Fashion Affirmed. The 3, Birkin Girl. Take out the 9, Hidden Quarry. Scratch 10, Sea Lion. 11, British Empress. And the 12, Justifiable Steel. It's off the turf. Main track 1 mile 70 yards. Scratch 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, and the 12. Couple of rider changes for Queen Mercedes. Jareth Ludbury rides the 4 Queen Mercedes, and the 8 Freak City will be ridden by Fernando de la Cruz. Waive the apprentice allowance, 122 corrected weight. Fernando de la Cruz on 8 Freak City. Exacta trifecta superfecta, double pick 3. Next the start to the 50-cent late fire 5. Post time will be 3:43. They're off. Even start. There's Going Sense. Straight to the lead for Alberto Burgos and crosses and clears in a nifty early move. Going Sense into the first turn from Fervent Prayer. Was right up there with Going Sense, and they have 7 furlongs to run. House of Gold, blue with the orange sleeves, now tracks them from third as these Indiana breds go to the back of the track. Buster B and Sligo Time has dropped back to last. Out in front, Here's an early bid by Fervent Prayer for Alex Achard. It's Fervent Prayer who's taken the lead. The opening quarter in 24.27 seconds. Going Sense just yields to Fervent Prayer, who leads the mile. Going Sense second to the inside by 4, with House of Gold tracking them from third for Joe Ramos. It's a break of 4 more, with Marcelino Pedroso Jr. Buster B is running in fourth. Into the hands of Alexander Crispin. Sligo time, last of the 5 still. The half mile in 47.72 seconds. Going Sense and Fervent Prayer as they round the far turn a half length apart. And at the inside, Going Sense has a short lead. Fervent Prayer matching strides. House of Gold lying in wait to pounce as they come past the quarter pole and then detached. Sligo time of the Wisner Red just picked up Buster B, who's last. They strain away, and House of Gold sweeps after them. 3/4, 1 minute 12.48 seconds with Joe Ramos. It's House of Gold who went to the front and is kicking away, edging left while clear of Fervent Prayer toward the inside. Going Senses drop back, and then Sligo time. They're near home. It's House of Gold. House of Gold finishes on top by a half dozen lengths from Fervent Prayer, and Sligo time comes in third, and Going Sense finished back in fourth.
House of Gold comes home to score with a wrapped up easy win in race number 3. And with that, through the first 3 races, Tiana and Joe already with the training and riding double as they team up for a win in the first and the third. We move along to the 4th, kicking off today's Late Flyer 5. This is one of 2 races that was originally carted for the turf, now on an all-main track. Thankfully, while we started as muddy, upgraded to good, now currently on a fast main track, and hopefully we will continue to be on a fast track through the remainder of the card. This race turf, and with that, a couple of scratches to go over. Scratch 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, and 12. 2, 3, 9, 10, 11, and 12 leaves us with a field of 6 set to go a mile and 70 yards in here. And I want to lean into the favorite, as most are, with Moon Law, Marcelino Pedrosa Jr., Brad Cox teaming up in here. They're going to make an equipment change. The blinkers coming off. This will be the first time since debut that this horse will race without the blinkers today, trying to relax probably on the front end. They're breaking from the rail in what could be a paceless race, and they're on the stretch out. I think they're going to go to the lead and try and have plenty when they come home to score. They're getting a little bit of class relief out of a $50,000 non-winners of 2 this winter at Turfway, going 6.5, in which they ran kind of an even running second place finish behind our Shenanigan, but they exit some live races. In fact, while they were at the claiming ranks, they were facing some tough animals in La Marinera, who was a back-to-back winner this winter at Turfway as well. So a horse who has hit the exact in 50% of the races, was bound to take a ton of action, being conditioned by Brad Cox. However, he's been off to a little bit of a cold start here. He's winning at 14%. Now that is limited in starts, only 14 starters, so nothing to worry about yet, but Moonlaw is taking a ton of action in here. 1 to 2, strictly the horse to beat, but potentially the horse to bet could be Spun Up for Cipriano Contreras. And while he's winning at 47%, he doesn't get nearly as much respect at the win pool windows as some would expect a trainer who's winning at darn near 50%. 5 to 1 on the board, and despite all those scratches, still right around that morning line with the surface change. Contreras owns and trains at number 6, Spun Up for Evan Roman, going to be in the saddle. And this jockey-trainer combination, while Cipriano usually taps the shoulder of Manny Esquivel, he's going to bring his talents and services to Churchill for this evening's racing. When he does call Evan Roman, he's been very good at 5 to 1 for Spun Up, who's got 1 win from 15 starts and hasn't been seen since his winter at Turfway Park. So we'll see if Spun Up at 5 to 1 can get the job done in here. But let's take a look at this Late Fire 5 ticket, now just 7 minutes away with those scratches. We made some adjustments to our ticket. Once we came off the turf, you have to account for any surface changes in here. We're going to be just 2 deep in the opener, using the top 2 selections in the 1 and the 6, followed by race 5, which kicks off today's Itoba Pick 4, and I am thankful that that challenging maiden special weight race, which is absolutely loaded, will kick off that Pick 4, because it's one you certainly want to follow the tote board. Now, if I'm monitoring the wheel pays, it looks like Mischievous Richie is going to be fairly heavily favored for Larry Ravelli, first-time starter by Into Mischief, who gets Lasix for the first time, ships over from Hawthorne. And Hawthorne's actually racing today, so they had an opportunity to not get on the back of the trailer, but they did, and so did Jareth Loveberry, who looks for a win with Mischievous Richie. I'm going to go a different direction. I'm going to go to the Juddmonte Homebred Baby, 3-year-old colt by Constitution out of Golden Mischief, who is an Into Mischief mare, and she was a classy one as well. She banked 10 wins into the column, just under $700,000. In fact, she was graded stakes placed. She ran in the Breeders' Cup and Filly and Mare Sprint back in 2018. She was very successful on the racetrack. She's been off to a decent start in the breeding shed as well. She did produce Caribbean Dream, who's got 2 wins in 6 starts, just under $50,000 in earnings down in Houston, and Lone Star, conditioned by Austin Gustafson. So Golden Decree was a freak on the racetrack. She's off to a solid start in the breeding shed as well, and I think the homebred for Juddmonte is going to get Brad Cox going in the right direction with Fernando de la Cruz aboard. But right now, we've got a Brad Cox horse taking all of the action at 3 to 5. Say it isn't so. 5 minutes away from race number 4, kicking off today's ultra low takeout Late Fire 5.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the fourth race. It's one of two that's been taken off the turf. Fast main track. This race will now be run at 1 mile and 70 yards. Fast. A field of 7. Scratch 2, Fashion Affirmed. 3, Birkin Girl. Take out the 9, Hidden Quarry. Scratch 10, Sea Lion. 11, British Empress. And the 12, Justifiable Steel. All have been scratched. 4, Queen Mercedes. Jockey change to Jareth Ludbury. Jareth Ludbury on 4, Queen Mercedes. And the 8, Freak City. The rider, Fernando de la Cruz. Wave the apprentice allowance 122. Fernando de la Cruz rides the 8, Freak City. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. Start here of the 50-cent late fire 5. Fast track, 2 minutes. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time. Start to the 50-cent late fire 5 on an all main track card. Main track fast. Here's 6. Will face starter Oscar Quiroz. 6 of them will run. 1 mile, 70 yards. Less than a minute. Late scratch. Number 4, Queen Mercedes. Number 4, Queen Mercedes, now been ordered scratched by the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian at the top of the stretch. Order scratch of 4, Queen Mercedes. All wagers here on the 4, Queen Mercedes. Refunds. There will be a 5 and 4 consolation double. 5 and 4 will be a consolation double to pay it out on the card. Those using 4, Queen Mercedes in a multi-race wager, those wagers transferred to the post-time favorite. 1 mile and 70 yards, fast track. Number 4, Queen Mercedes, has now been scratched from it. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Late scratch again on 4, Queen Mercedes. Going down to the 1 mile, 70 yards. Main track start fast. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. with Moon Law. 3 to 5 on Moon Law. First to 5 in. Alberto Burgos with Tutabella. Join Moon Law. Evan Roman with Spun Up. Coming up. Spun Up in 2 back. Mitchell Merrill with Romany Road at 1 mile and 70 yards. Starts of the late Fire 5. One more. Freak City. Fernando de la Cruz with 12 wins here at the meet. This 102 taken off the Caesars course. All main track card, all in. They're off. Romany Road. Tutabella just leads them for Alberto Burgos, making their way toward the first turn. Here Spun Up with an early bid toward the inside. Moonlaw and Freak City. So just over 7 furlongs to go, and it's Tutabella who's taken the early lead. An easy early lead attained by Tutabella, who slows them up as the fillies and mare go to the back of this now fast track. Spun Up pursues. Then toward the inside, Moonlaw is running in third and joined on the outside by Freak City, and Romany Road, while settled by Mitchell Merrill, has dropped back to 5th and last. The quarter for the frontrunner, Tutabella, controlled it. 24.28 seconds. Tutabella leads Spun Up, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Nearest the inside is Moonlaw, who's a conserved third there for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. On the outside, Freak City and Romany Road trails. 10 lengths from tip to tail, and it's still Tutabella. Tutabella, she's in charge of it. Half mile, 48.18 seconds, steady as she goes. Tutabella leads by 3/4 of a length. Evan Roman and Spun Up, second on the outside as they round the far turn. Moonlaw being asked to pick them up now from third, and Moonlaw is drawing in as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. Romany Road up 1 spot, and with Fernando de la Cruz, Freak City has tailed off. They straighten away, and Spun Up has taken the lead from Tutabella, and on the outside, Moonlaw, 3/4, 1 minute 12.21 seconds. Top of the lane, it's Spun Up for Evan Roman. Spun Up has built up a 5-length lead past the 8th pole. Romany Road charging up the rail on the outside. Moonlaw in between horses. Tutabella battles to the finish, but it's Spun Up, and Spun Up will come home with a decisive 8-length win. Romany Road edged out. Moonlaw for second. Tutabella was fourth, and Freak City last of the quintet home. 141.88 on a fast track. 67158. The full order after race 4. First number 6 spun up at 4-1. 7 Romany Road, 16-1 on the runner-up. 1 Moonlaw at 1-5 for the show. 5 Tutabella was 4th, and the Mare Freak City last to 5, 141.88. So Evan Romont here for Cipriano Contreras. Desperado Racing, hard spun filly, spun up, first up at 4-1 to start the late Fire 5. Result official. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle is the 6. Spun up. Evan Roman was up. Spun up. She's a 4-year-old bay filly by Heartspun. Out of Whit Sunday by Flatter. Racing 4, trainer Cipriano Contreras' Contreras Stable Incorporated. And William Davis's Desperado Racing LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Spun Up. First up at 4-1. 6-7 was the exacta, combining Spun Up with Romany Road. Moonlaw 3rd, Tutabella 4th, Freak City 5th. 5 started. $79.80 for the 6-7 exacta. 50-cent trifecta paid $38.25. Tutabella 4th. 10-cent superfecta paid $17.58. 50-cent pick 3 capped off by Spun Up and even $16. The doubles. The 5-6 double, $16 even. 5-4 was a consolation double. A 5-4 conso double returned 3 singles. Claimed the 1 Moonlaw for $25,000. Moonlaw was claimed to Brian Waltz. Claimed Moonlaw ran 3rd. Favorite was 3rd and 5 ran. 141.88 after the running of race 4. On to race 5 we go. 19 minutes away from the maiden. Scratch from the maiden sprint, the 3 Blackjack Man. Number 3 Blackjack Man has been scratched. The 12 Elusive Khan will be ridden on debut by Mitchell Murrell. Mitchell Murrell on 12 Elusive Khan, one of the newcomers. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3. The start to the $1 Itoba presented late pick 4. Well, main track card, the 6th is off the turf as well. Fast track, 4:14 post time. Quick reminder to our Horseshoe Indianapolis faithful on this Thursday here in town. No live racing tomorrow. No live racing on Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday over this holiday weekend. Next live race card will be on Memorial Day Monday. Hope you can join us here for a special day of racing as we salute our fallen heroes. Post time for Memorial Day Monday will be at noon. They're off. Romany Road, Tutabella just leads them for Alberto Burgos, making their way toward the first turn. Here spun up with an early bid toward the inside, Moonlaw and Freak City. So just over 7 furlongs to go, and it's Tutabella who's taken the early lead. An easy early lead attained by Tutabella, who slows them up as the fillies and mare go to the back of this now fast track. Spun Up pursues. Then toward the inside, Moonlaw is running in third and joined on the outside by Freak City, and Romany Road, while settled by Mitchell Merle, has dropped back to fifth and last. The quarter for the frontrunner, Tutabella, controlled it 24.28 seconds. Tutabella leads Spun Up, making this run toward the half-mile pole. Nearest the inside is Moonlaw, who's a conserved third there for Marcelino Pedrosa Jr. On the outside, Freak City and Romany Road trails 10 lengths from tip to tail, and it's still Tutabella. Tutabella, she's in charge of it. Half mile, 48.18 seconds, steady as she goes. Tutabella leads by 3/4 of a length. Evan Roman and Spun Up, second on the outside as they round the far turn. Moonlaw being asked to pick them up now from third, and Moonlaw is drawing in as these leaders come toward the quarter pole. Romany Road up one spot, and with Fernando de la Cruz, Freak City has tailed off. They straighten away, and Spun Up has taken the lead from Tutabella, and on the outside, Moonlaw, 3/4, 1 minute 12.21 seconds. Top of the lane, it's Spun Up for Evan Roman. Spun Up has built up a 5-length lead past the 8th pole. Romany Road charging up the rail on the outside. Moonlaw and in between horses. Tutabella battles to the finish, but it's Spun Up, and Spun Up will come home with a decisive 8-length win. Romany Road edged out. Moonlaw for second. Tutabella was fourth, and
Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to the Itoba Pick 4 Horseshoe Indy, $1 minimum. I am FBG Dan Cronin. Let's whip through this. We had to change it a few times because of scratches. We're going to take the 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 11 to start this. We got first-time starter for Brad Cox with Fernando de la Cruz, and then we got 4 horses that are all one-start horses that could improve. They're all solid prices. That's where we're at there. So we got 6 of them. The second leg, we had to adjust. Our single got scratched. What are you going to do? We got the 1, Patty's Girl, and then we also added the 3 for Ian Wilkes. I just couldn't leave that horse out coming in from Keeneland, so we're going to take the 1 and the 3. No single. Had to go to that. Now, we're still going to stay under $100, so we had to cut this leg. In the 7th race, we got the 2, 7, 8, and 10. 2, 7, 8, and 10. Why? Well, we got some prices in there. That's why. We're trying to get some prices. We're not trying to just take the favorites. I think the 2 is going to be a price. I think the 7 and 8 will both be prices. The 2 is 3 to 1. The 7 is 4 to 1. The 8 is 12 to 1. Dolly's Jolene. Larry Ravelli on the ship in. Could be the speed of the speed. Make the lead and just be gone. And then the 10 is the turn back. Probably going to be in that 5 or 6 to 1 area. We got to get that one home. That would be nice. 2, 7, 8, and 10. Hoping for some prices. Now in the last leg with all the scratches, we're not sure what these prices are going to be, but Crosstown Shootout is 6 to 1 on the morning line with Prescott. Long layoff, but loves to win. 15 wins lifetime. I love horses that like to win. And then the other horses on the outside, Leo Springs, probably will go off your 5 to 2 or so favorite. But we got 6 and 10. If we get that 6 home, we could be looking at a couple $1,000s. So 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11 with 1, 3, with 2, 7, 8, 10, with 6, 10. That's $96. I'm FBG Dan Cronin. And this is the $1 Itoba Pick 4. Let's get it home. And Fernando de la Cruz, don't fall off.
The horses call postward now for the fifth race. Maiden 3-year-old sprint here over the 6. 11 to face the starter. 3, Blackjack Man has been scratched. Scratch the blue 3, Blackjack Man. 12, Elusive Khan, the jockey, Mitchell Mitchell rides 12, Elusive Khan. Exacta, trifecta, superfecta, double pick 3, and here are the start of the $1 late pick 4, presented daily by Itoba. Fast track with 3 minutes to post time. We're now less than 1 minute away from post time for the maiden 3-year-old sprint. Starts the $1 Itoba late pick 4. Main track fast. Less than a minute. The horses are approaching the starting gate. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. Maiden 3-year-olds going in. First, the newcomer, Mischievous Richie. Jareth Ludberry for Larry Ravelli. Mischievous Richie went in well. Alex Ashard with Stunning. Stunning has joined Mischievous Richie. William Anton Giorgi with Kiss the Ring. Creature, Joe Ramos, with a couple of wins on the card. Now J.J. Meza with Sense of Freedom. Martin Garcia with Avalon Jetty. And that was Stunning, getting very fractious within the starting gate, and Alex Ashard off him. Second time starter is Stunning. Now Stunning has settled down. Voting keeps on. Declan Cannon with Tacos and Tequila. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Hank's Tune. Now Creature going in. There'll be a hat trick of wins on the card for Joe Ramos with Creature. Fernando Veta Cruz, up comes Golden Decree. Mischievous Richie, 9-5 favorite. Golden Decree, a newcomer. One more. Mitchell Murrell with the Dare to Dream newcomer, Elusive Khan. He's one of the 5 first-time starters at 6 furlongs, fast track, all in line. Elusive Khan just backed away for a sec. 19-1, out to 20-1 on Elusive Khan. Mischievous Richie, 9-5, holding favoritism. Elusive Khan to complete the line. All in. Ready. The Robin sprinting. Elusive Khan making a dash for it. Right there is Stunning in the navy jacket. Here comes an early bid by the newcomer, Mischievous Richie, who just heads them off from the rail for Jareth Ludberry. Mischievous Richie to the front, making this run toward the half-mile pole from Elusive Khan, with Tacos and Tequila battling for second position. Tacos and Tequila takes back in a white cap. Stunning is up with these leaders, along with Golden Decree in a pink cap, who's making headway. Tacos and Tequila lost ground to 5th at the 3.5. Then comes wide Hank's Tune with Creature as they round the far turn. Between horses is, as they round the far turn, Kiss the Ring. Quarter went in 22.19 seconds. Farther back is Avalon Jetty on the far outside. Kiss the Ring is in between horses. The trailers are Sense of Freedom as they come past the quarter pole. And finally, last J.R. Bartholomew. Half 44.98 seconds. Maiden 3-year-olds into the stretch. And it's Stunning with the rail. On the outside, Golden Decree. And in between them, Mischievous Richie needs to battle on. Was in tight quarters. Exclusive Con with no extra. And Kiss the Ring is running on late. They come past the 16th with Alex Ashard. It's Stunning. Stunning, the son of Munnings at second esting, and Stunning has won it from Kiss the Ring. 22-1 second, a good effort. Kiss the Ring couldn't reach Stunning, who gets the result. And then Golden Decree with Exclusive Con next. 110.57 after the maiden. 7 stunning. 9-1 first. The judges will examine a place photo before posting the remaining order finish. 110.57 after that maiden 3-year-old dash. Alex Achard on a second-time starter. Some of Munnings out of Medaglia d'Oro mare. Stunning. At 9-1. 2 Kiss the Ring. 22-1 was second. 11 Golden Decree. 5-1 third, and at 20-1, Alusa Khan, one of the 5 newcomers, getting into the frame. 7-11-12. It's stunning. A 9-1 win. The stewards noting there's been a trainer's objection lodged by Jack Sisterson, the trainer of number 9, Avalon Jetty. The stewards are taking a look at the start. Unofficial 7-11-12 in the Murphy Trailer Sales winner's circle. It was the 7 stunning. It's unofficial. Stunning is a 3-year-old dark bear brown colt by Munnings out of the Medaglia d'Oro mare, Oh My. John Ennis trains for Peter Blum Thoroughbreds. One was bred in Kentucky by Peter Blum Thoroughbreds. It's unofficial 7-11-12. Once again, the trainer of the 9, Jack Sisterson. The stewards will be taking a look at the start and looking at that objection. After a review of the start, the trainer's objection, lodged by the trainer of number 9, the newcomer Avalon Jetty, alleging interference at the start of the maiden, has been disallowed by the stewards. The result of the fifth race official. The 7-2 exacta paid $301.80. 10-cent superfecta, 7-2, 11, 12, $1,454.05. 50-cent pick 3 paid $65.70. Golden Decree third, 50-cent trifecta, $565.55. 6-7 double paid $255.20. Here's the result on the 50-cent early pick 5. 5 out of 5 paid $1,716.80. The $1 early pick 4 daily starts on race 2. 4 out of 4 today for $537.50. In the maiden 3-year-old sprint, 3 was a non-runner. Favorite Mischievous Richie unplaced. 11 ran 110.57 after the running of race 5. 16 minutes away, race 6, one of the 2 taken off the Caesars course. Main track fast over the 5 furlongs. Scratch the 2, Collective Beauty. Number 2, Collective Beauty, the lone scratch and change in the next. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. This one features the 10-cent Grand High 5. First pentafecta of the day. Double, pick 3, races 6, 7, 8. Post time will be at 4:45. The Rolfin sprinting. Alusa Khan making a dash for it. Right there is Stunning in the navy jacket. Here comes an early bid by the newcomer, Mischievous Richie, who just heads them off from the rail for Jareth Ludberry. Mischievous Richie to the front, making this run toward the half-mile pole from Elusive Khan, with Tacos and Tequila battling for second position. Tacos and Tequila takes back in a white cap. Stunning is up with these leaders, along with Golden Decree in a pink cap, who's making headway. Tacos and Tequila lost ground to 5th at the 3.5. Then comes wide Hank's Tune with Creature as they round the far turn. Between horses is, as they round the far turn, Kiss the Ring. Quarter went in 22.19 seconds. Farther back is Avalon Jetty on the far outside. Kiss the Ring is in between horses. The trailers are Sense of Freedom as they come past the quarter pole. And finally, last J.R. Bartholomew. Half 44.98 seconds. Maiden 3-year-olds into the stretch. And it's Stunning with the rail. On the outside, Golden Decree, and in between them, Mischievous Richie needs to battle on, was in tight quarters. Exclusive Con with no extra, and Kiss the Ring is running on late. They come past the 16th with Alex Ashard. It's Stunning. Stunning, the son of Munnings at second esting, and Stunning has won it from Kiss the Ring. 22 to 1 second, a good effort. Kiss the Ring couldn't reach Stunning.
Stunning up the inside to pull the slight upset there to start the $1 Itoba pick 4 at a tune of 9-1. If you're alive in that wager, or even the pick 5, that late fire 5 that started in race number 4, good luck along the way. You're in line for a big payout, as the daily double with the 2 races starting the pick 5 came back better than $255. So good luck along the way. If you're out like me, we'll start anew here with a pick 3, race number 6. Off the turf, 5 furlongs off the turf on this fast main surface. And there's a scratch in here, number 2, Collective Beauty. Number 2, Collective Beauty is out. Now, this is an allowance event for the fillies and mares, which have never won 2 races in their lifetime. All the money coming in right now on the 3-horse, currently 2-1 Bourbon Notes. Declan Cannon up top for Ian Wilkes. And that's where I'll start in here. That is my top pick as well. I agree with the people as I speak, goes 9-5. But this one had a dismal performance in the last start, but I'm willing to excuse that one. The race before is the one that kind of drew me towards this horse. This horse broke the maiden in a race taken off the turf like today at Gulfstream Park over a fast surface, where sat, stalked the pace, took the lead, was passed, battled back, showed some real grit that day. Did this daughter of Charlington to win there for Ian Wilkes, and they thought enough of that performance. They tried her in the first level allowance race at Keeneland. Didn't go as planned, but I think she lands in a great spot here. I like that she's versatile. She could be up near the front. She can stalk. She will relax. Ian's in town. You see there tightening the girth on the Bourbon Notes, and Declan Cannon comes in to ride on a day that he probably could have opted to ride Churchill. So that shows a lot for me. Her ears are up. She's paying attention in the paddock and looks good. Royally bred and does have a win on the dirt. So I'm sure Ian wasn't all that displeased this race came off. And for those reasons, this horse is my top pick. I agree with the people here at 2-1. Now, for second, a horse that should take some more action is number 9, Gigabit. This one comes to the barn of Ray Hernandez. In fact, it's 2 that Ray has in here, and both of them have been facing stakes company in their career. Now, this is another sophomore daughter, dialed in. She's out of a Cantharos mare, and one that has won over this surface. She broke her maiden on debut here. Did this 3-year-old racing for Lantern Hill Farms. Now, back on July 28th last year, she debuted in the slop, was second, but broke her maiden here on August 25th in convincing style. Then came back in a non-2. Didn't have the greatest trip that day, was really outbobbed there late, and probably was the best horse. Now, her most recent start on paper, in watching the video, is the best one to me, where she ran on the Serena Song there on the undercard Ruby Day and was 4th, beaten 6 1/4 lengths. Now, she did close. She was further back than normal, but she was stretching out to the poly. And, I think getting back to the dirt here, where she's had some success, where she did break her maiden here at Indy, but on the dirt she was second. And what I liked about that race, the hen party, the winner of that race came back in a grade 3 Mamselle at Churchill Downs. The horse that was second, that was a Brad Cox horse named Condensa. She went on to Aqueduct to win a $150,000 stakes race in her next start. So she faced a really good field, getting some class relief coming back to this first level allowance race, and I look for her to run a big race here at 3-1. Now, breaking right to her inside, a horse taking a little bit of money at 4.5-1 is number 8, Annie's Alley. Joe Ramos with a couple of wins on the program today. Eric Foster, who's been heating up all around the tri-state area. He wins races in bunches, and this one is the one that broke the maiden over the dirt here last year in September on debut. Now, the horse lightly raced. She's a 3-year-old daughter by Tacticus out of the Violence mare named Tough But Fair. Well, she broke her maiden here stalking the pace 1 by 3. They took her to Florence, Kentucky, where she went her down there, tried some first level allowance races, but I don't think the synthetic is her key. When Eric takes horses from synthetic to dirt, he wins at 20%. And this horse is taking some support down from those 15-1 morning lines odds, which I like. I expected her to come down with the 8-5 morning line favorite out, but I think she's came down more than I expected her to. I thought we could get a little bit of a price here, but this one is I like that she's favorably drawn to the outside. There's a little bit of speed in front of her, but she can stalk to the outside, gets Ramos, who really likes to mainly stalk and come around horses anyway. So I think this horse fits his style. She will be a little bit forward, but I don't think she'll be up close. And I do think there's some speed signed on, and her post position is kind of what drew me to her here in race number 6, as I'm going to go 3, 9, 8. This race does offer 10-cent grand high five. That's a pentafecta wager where you can pick the top 5 finishers. Usually draws a pretty good pool here at the track. And again, you could start another rolling pick 3 here as well. But right now, 9-5 on Bourbon Notes. If you're alive in the pick 4 and the pick 5, best of luck along the way. Brandy Bell, the paddock judge, has given riders up orders. Here they come for the 6th race. Good luck.
The horses stepping onto the track for the 6th race. This 102 taken off the turf course. On main track card fast here at 5 furlongs. A field of 9. Scratch 2 Collective Beauty. Number 2 Collective Beauty has been scratched. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta. The 10-cent Pentafecta featured here on the Distaff Dash. Double pick 3. Close to starting time. The horses are approaching the starting gate, going to the 5 furlong main track start. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. They're going in. Santo Sanjor with Patty's Girl, first to be installed. Mescat, Evan Roman on the Thursday score sheet. Declan Cannon with Bourbon Notes. Irving Moncada, Bright Lady Day. Now Jose Gutierrez with Momentario. Manning Zally, Joe Ramos with a couple of wins on the card. Alberto Burgos in Flamabelle has taken her spot. Two back. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. with Gigabit. Fast Track over the 5 furlongs, so stand by one more. Victor Help Me. Alex Ishard riding for a double. Stunning's 9-1 maiden win. First run of 2026 for Victor Help Me. To make up the 9, all in line. Ready. And they're off. Gigabit, quite a flyer for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Gigabit straight to the front, crosses and clears after the first furlong and a half with between horses Momentario in a white cap. Bourbon Notes holds the rail. Inflammabelle is in between horses, and on the outside, Mescat as they roll to 3 furlongs from home. Annie's Alley and the black on the far outside with a break of 5 more to Patty's Girl, who's next as these leaders come to the quarter pole. A break of 2 to Bright Lady Day, and making her 3-year-old seasonal bow, Victor Help Me is last. 22.31 for the first 2 of 5 furlongs as these fillies and mares straighten away. It's Gigabit. Gigabit coming down to the final furlong has a 5-length buffer zone over Momentario, who continues to chase. Bourbon Notes third, looks to be 1 pace toward the inside, and then comes Mescat, but past the 16th with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Gigabit won by 7 lengths from Momentario, the runner-up. Bourbon Notes was third, then Mescat and Patty's Girl. .53 seconds on a fast track after the Phillies mare sprint. 56.53 seconds on official. 9.4361 number 9. Gigabit. 8-5 first. The 4 Momentario. 5-2 second. 3 Bourbon Notes at 5-2 was third. 6 Mescat. 51-1 fourth, and at 19-1 odds, Patty's Girl fifth. That's where the Pentafecta featured. So 56.53. Gigabit, Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Leading the rider standings here this year. His 13th of the meet. Here coming for Ray Hernandez and Lantern Hill Farm. It's Gigabit, the 8-5 favorite. Home by some ways. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle is the 9 Gigabit for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. This makes it his 14th of the season. Tops the leaderboard. Gigabit is a 3-year-old dark Bear Brown filly by Dialed In out of the Cantheros mare Adventurous Lady. Ray Hernandez trains for Susie Shoemaker's Lantern Hill Farm LLC. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Gigabit. Sharp win in the sprint feature, 56.53 fast. Results in. Patty's Girl was fifth. The 9-4 Exacta returned 17.60. 50-cent trifecta, 943, $14.20. 7-9 double, $62.20. The 10-cent superfecta paid $26.51. Mescat was fourth. Patty's Girl fifth. The pick three capped off by Gigabit, $108.80. And the 10-cent grand high five of 94361. Pentafecta returned $162.16. And the Fillies Mares Dash, the two didn't start. Favorite was first. 9 of them ran. 56.53 after the Thursday feature. Race 7, another sprint on the day. All 11 run, no changes in the next. Exacta Trifecta Superfecta, another Pentafecta will be featured on the Fillies Mare Sprint. It starts the $5 last call Thoroughbred double, final pick 3 of the day. Noting in the 8th, scratch 1 Yolo Santiago, 5 Gimme 3 Steps. Take out the 7 Prince of Pennies and scratch 8 More Success. Race 8, that sprint, second half of the $5 last call double featured. Scratch the 1, 5, 7, and the 8. 3 El Rosilo, the jockey Jose Gutierrez. Rides 3 El Rosilo. Post time 5:15. And they're off. Gigabit, quite a flyer for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Gigabit straight to the front, crosses and clears after the first furlong and a half. With between horses, Momentario in a white cap. Bourbon Notes holds the rail. Inflammable is in between horses, and on the outside, Mescat as they roll to 3 furlongs from home. Annie's Alley and the black on the far outside with a break of 5 more. To Patty's Girl, who's next as these leaders come to the quarter pole. A break of 2 to Bright Lady Day, and making her 3-year-old seasonal bow, Victor Help Me is last. 22.31 for the first 2 of 5 furlongs as these fillies and mares straighten away. It's Gigabit. Gigabit coming down to the final furlong has a 5-length buffer zone over Momentario, who continues to chase. Bourbon Notes third, looks to be 1 pace toward the inside, and then comes Mescat, but past the 16th with Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Gigabit won by 7 lengths from Momentario, the runner-up. Bourbon Notes was third, then Mescat, then Patty's Girl. Ready.
And then there were 3. Race number 7 coming up in about 10 minutes. It starts the final pick 3 of this week of racing here from Horseshoe Indianapolis. And if you're live in the pick 5, good luck. It's going to be a huge payout should you get it. If you played along in the Itoba pick 4 with Dan Cronin and his ticket, I believe he's spread out like here. I believe he has maybe 6 or 7 horses closing it out with 2. So good luck to those of you who are live or played along as well. We're going to start anew here in race number 7. This is an Indiana-bred filly and mare non-2 allowance event to go 5.5 furlongs, and field of 11 to go here, 2.5 to 1 on number 7 Grand Harbor, the people's pick, and it's my pick as well. So hopefully we're both right as you see Aaron West tightening the undergirth. They'll spin her around, bring her back in. They'll throw the overgirth on her, and she seems to be taking it all in well. She was a debut winner here back on April 15th and did it well. She kind of overcame adversity, jostled around, and you'll see the assistant there just giving her a couple taps in the head, trying to keep her calm, keep her focused. Her ears are going back and forth. She doesn't mind that overgirth going on as you see him tightening it there. And this one gets the return call from Sammy Bermudez, and I like our chances in here. That was a pretty decent race as far as maiden races go. The horse that was second that day, Stanko, was a horse from the Randy Klopp barn, came back and won by over a dozen lengths. And this one took money on debut, as do a lot of Aaron's horses when they've been working well in the morning. But this one has came back a couple of decent works since that race. Had a good 5 furlong drill, then followed it up with a half-mile drill. Sammy gets back. He skipped a race or 2 to wait on this one, give her a little time after she ran hard her first start, and finds herself in a pretty good spot here, I think. She doesn't have to be on the lead. She does show that she will rate, and I look for another gritty effort for the Bone Doctors here and Phil Gilson and others. Now, breaking right to her outside is a horse that we're probably going to get a little bit of price on. You see on your screen there, that's the one from the Ravelli barn, number 8, Dolly's Jolene. She was bred by Paul and Sharon Martin. Now, this one is making the first start for the Riv barn, claimed last start in Maryland up at Laurel March 21st. This one has never raced against Indiana breds, and she's done okay. She's made $32,000, a win from 4 starts, 3 from 4 in the money, and now she returns here to the state she was foaled in and is against restricted Indiana breds, and her numbers fit right along with these. She was 3rd on debut at Parks and went to Aqueduct, and a maiden special was 5th. They dropped her to 50. She was 3rd, and they thought, well, let's just take her over, sneak her into Maryland. Well, they didn't sneak her. She got plucked, and she's here where she's in with her friends. And that maiden 25, that number is good enough if she runs that back to be right in the mix with these state-bred fillies. And 12 to 1 morning line, 8 to 1 now, still a decent price on this horse. She put blinkers on 2 starts back, was 3rd, and then won in her subsequent start. But I expect this one, should she jump well, like most of Rib's horses, she should be forward, and we're going to use her for those reasons. Price shopping here in race number 7. Now, number 6 is another one who I was hoping would be a bigger price. 14 to 1 is nothing to shake a stick at. It's still a really good price, but the 20 to 1 morning line enticed me. John Nance will give a return leg up to Indiana's own Rodney Prescott from Portland, Indiana. He's a Jay County native and one of the all-time leading riders here in the history of Indiana racing, and he's ridden, I think, in each of the last maybe 28 or 29 seasons. And this one is a winner from 6 starts, $33,000 on the card, and last start off the layoff ran against a really good field, Tail Gunner and Young Angus, who was second that day. Now, if those names are familiar to you, those are boys. She was taking on boys, and she ran very well. Young Angus, in fact, was, I believe, the 2-year-old Indiana bred of the year, the award-winning Indiana bred, Young Angus from the Matthews barn. And this one led them all and just got ran down late. Do I think she needs more ground? Probably, but she broke her maiden here on the dirt in the slop. Back last year in her 3rd career start. If she don't bounce off that last effort when she ran so hard off the shelf against the boys. Now, May 6th, she's coming back in 15 days. It's a little quick to do something after being off the shelf and running so hard, but the price is what entices me to her. Getting back against the fillies, and she showed some really good grit fighting on last start. I think she needs to be on every single ticket here, 15 to 1. She looks good in the paddock. Rodney's been riding just as good, or not better than most here at the meeting, and I have to use this this horse on all the tickets. And she looks good in the paddock. She looks good on the board, 15-1. I'm throwing her in behind my top two choices here, 7, 8, 6. Hopefully get some prices here in race number 7 as we start another pick 3. Probably just use those 3 horses in the pick 3. The 8th race coming up here is, I think you probably could go short. Everybody's going to be in on Crosstown Shoot at 8-1's not happening. But there's a couple of scratches. Now you want to use that horse in the next. I think Cronin even used the 10 in there as well, which are my 2 top picks. So if you're playing a bet like that in the pick 3, or this race 7 does start the last call daily double. It's a $5 play, and you can get paid. It's a reduced takeout here, and been showing a pretty hefty size pool. So you want to keep that in mind here for race number 7 in your wagering options, just not exacta tries and pick 3s. That does have that $5 late double. So here we go. It's last call for the thoroughbreds. Race number 7 to be on the track momentarily. Just 5 minutes to post. I'm using 7, 8, and 6. Good luck to you.
The horses called postward now for race 7. This distaff sprint over the 5.5 furlongs. No changes, only 11 run. This one features exacta, trifecta, superfecta, the 10-cent pentafecta. Starts at the $5 last call. Late thoroughbred double. Final pick 3 of the day. Races 7, 8, and 9 and a fast track. 2 minutes to post time when on parade. 2 minutes. Late scratch. Number 4, Not Bad Right. By order of the stewards upon recommendation of the track veterinarian. Number 4, Not Bad Right, has been scratched. All wagers on 4, Not Bad Right here in the sprint. Refunds due here on the 4, Not Bad Right. Now there will be a consolation double. 9-4. 9 and 4 will be a consolation double to be paid. Those using the 4, Not Bad Right in a multi-race wager, those bets now transfer to the post-time favorite. 9 and 4 will be a consolation double. Scratch the 4, Not Bad Right. We're less than 1 minute away from post time. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Late scratch on the 4, Not Bad Right. The 4 is a non-starter. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. The fillies and mares start to load. Mitchell Morrow with Rich in Faith. The first filly in. Samir Bermudez with Grand Harbor has joined Rich in Faith. Dolly's Jolene, Jareth Loveberry for Lowry Ravelli. She'll follow Grand Harbor in. Alberto Burgos with Stanka. Last out, 13 length. Maiden winner here was Stanka. Now Dolly's Jolene joins. Jose Gutierrez with the mare in their midst. Little Ransom's Fire drew 3. Amdene Zaloa with Air Up There. Tis Wine Time would be a double for Marcelino Pedroza Jr. Now with 14 wins here at the meet. Marcelino Pedroza Jr. tops the leaderboard. Tis Wine Time loaded. Evan Roman with Yo to win. Rodney Prescott, Renayola has taken her position. One more filly. Irving Moncada, Guyana's Eclipse like Stanka, both a Randy Klopp at 5.5 furlongs. Fast Track, they're in the game. And the rough. And toward the inside, Stanka away sharply. It's Stanka toward the inside. Here's Rich in Faith, who's making an early dash for Mitchell Murrell to take the lead. Rich in Faith leads here past the half-mile pole from Stanka. Little Ransom's Fire is running in third. Red Iola joined out wide by Air Up There at the 3.5. Grand Harbor in the purple silks with the rail. Red Iola gets sprinted back. Then to the inside, Tis Wine Time with, on the outside, Dolly's Jolene. as they round the far turn. The trailers are wide. Guyana's Eclipse and Yo to Win has dropped back to 10th. The quarter in 22.37 seconds. The fillies and mare on the edge of the quarter pole. Rich in Faith joined by Stanka. Little Ransom's Fire and Grand Harbor right there in between horses. Air up there on the far outside. Tis Wine Time is next. It's Stanka. Coming down toward the final furlong with Alberto Burgos. It's Stanka. Stanka's in front. On the outside, Grand Harbor continues to come charging hard after Stanka past the 16th. Rich in Faith. Then Little Ransom's Fire. Air up there is next. It's Stanka. Stanka wins back-to-back and holds Grand Harbor. Rich in Faith was third. Then Little Ransom's Fire from Air up there and Red Iola. They were next across the finish. .104.57 after the distaff dash. 2.713. Stand by for the fifth. 2 Stanka. 2-1 first. 7 Grand Harbor. 9-5 favorite. The runner-up to Stanka today. 5-1 on the 1. Rich in Faith third. 3 Little Ransom's Fire at 18-1. The mare gets into the frame and stand by for the Pentafecta horse. Stanka. Maiden winner here last out by a baker's dozen. Here Alberto Burgos again for Randy Klopp. Speak Stable, 2-1 second choice, Stanka home. The judges have posted number 9, Air up there, 5th. 2-7-1-3, and the turquoise 9. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales winner circle, the 2, Stanka with Alberto Burgos. Stanka is a 3-year-old chestnut filly by Gormley. The mass market mare, I Want a Duster. Racing for Roger Speces, Speece Stable LLC, and Randy Klopp. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates this back-to-back wins filly, Stanka. Once again, we did have that late scratch on 4, Not Bad Right. We'll have that consolation 9-4 double to be paid. 9-4 a consolation double. Result official. $2-7 exacta, paid $20.20. The 50-cent trifecta, 2-7-1, $19.20. 9-2 double, $24.20. 9-4 consolation double, and even $5. Little Ransom's Fire was fourth. 10-cent superfecta paid $18.29. Pick 3, $63.50. The 10-cent pentafecta, $133.26. Air up there ran fifth. 2-7-139 official, 104.57. The 4 was a late scratch. The 4 non-runner favorite was second. 10 ran, 104.57 seconds. Couple more to go. Race 8 sprint, scratch 1 Yolo Santiago, 5 Gimme 3 steps. Take out the 7 Prince of Pennies and scratch 8 more 6S. Scratch the 1, 5, 7, and 8. 3 El Rosilo, the jockey Jose Gutierrez. Jose Gutierrez rides 3 El Rosilo. Race 9, closing the card with a quarter horse maiden dash with a 350. Fast track crosswind. 9th race, scratch the 5 Secret Smoke. 11 Rhino 6 and the 12 Luna Unlimited. That's in the quarter horse maiden. 9th race, scratch the 5, 11, and 12. Number 4, LB Flash and Chicks. The jockey Eduardo Luna Diaz rides for LB Flash and Chicks, Eduardo Luna Diaz. Reported overweights, the 1 API Mad Dove +4, the 2 Undeniable 4 over, 3 Barbie Cartels add 4 pounds to the weight, the 7 Lil Cool Kate 4 over, and 9 SS Dreamcatcher +2 pounds. Post time 5:46. And the rough. And toward the inside, Stanka away sharply. It's Stanka toward the inside. Here's Rich in Faith, who's making an early dash for Mitchell Murrell to take the lead. Rich in Faith leads here past the half-mile pole from Stanka. Little Ransom's Fire is running in third. Red Iola joined out wide by Air up there at the 3.5. Grand Harbor in the purple silks with the rail. Red Iola gets sprinted back. Then toward the inside, Tis Wine Time with, on the outside, Dolly's Jolene. As they round the far turn, the trailers are wide. Guyana's Eclipse and Yo to Win has dropped back to 10th. The quarter in 22.37 seconds. The fillies and mare on the edge of the quarter pole. Rich in Faith joined by Stanka. Little Ransom's Fire and Grand Harbor right there in between horses. Air up there on the far outside. Tis Wine Time is next. It's Stanka. Coming down toward the final furlong with Alberto Burgos. It's Stanka. Stanka's in front. On the outside, Grand Harbor continues to come charging hard after Stanka past the 16th. Rich in Faith. Then Little Ransom's Fire. Air up there is next. It's Stanka. Stanka wins back-to-back and holds Grand Harbor. Rich in Faith was third. Then Little Ransom's Fire from Air up there at Red Iola. They were...
Final thoroughbred event of the entire week will return very special holiday Monday racing here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and Jimmy Mack is going to stick around and give you the winner to the final quarter horse race of the week, as well. A nice 350-yard dash that he is uber excited to take you through. Exuberance is exuding out of him to go over that quarter horse race. So still plenty of action here at Horseshoe Indy. Scratch 1, 5, 7, and 8 out of this event. Couple of scratches does leave us with a field of 6 in here. Hopefully you're still alive in that late daily double. Little bit of a, not an upset, a 620 winner, but certainly was a horse that not many people were paying attention to. If you're monitoring those doubles, they're still pretty generous, even though the $5 minimum, that low takeout, certainly helps. And I'm going to look no further than your inside runner and Sergeant Gump. First start off the claim for Anna Decker. She's 0 for 11 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. She's done a little bit better. First start off the claim. She's picked her horses nicely. I like that she dove back in for Sergeant Gump. She lost this one for 16 November of last year at Churchill. And then Gennaro Garcia, who didn't have any success upgrading the animal, dropped it down to 5,000. They ran second here, and Anna Decker gets back in with the same owner in Scott Abbott. So I like that they lost the horse for 16, claimed back for 5. Certainly wanted this one in their silks today, and they ran in what was a fairly live race. More success is scratched out of this event, which has to yield benefits to Sergeant Gump because he was just chasing in vain last time out, 3.5 lengths behind More Success, but he did chase willingly, and he's a hard-trying sort in here. He's 10 for 24 in the exacta, and he's got one of those seconds here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. So I like that this horse is well-spaced, been given 5 weeks in between since that claim and claim back. Serpa going to be calling the shots in here. They've got the shortest way around the racetrack, and they do have speed, and therefore a big chance for Sergeant Gump at 5-1. But all the money's come in on Crosstown Shootout. I do think this horse is going to float up a little bit closer to that 8-1, but you're not going to get anywhere near 8-1 for this 10-year-old trying to show the younger ones how it's done. This is your elder statesman in here with 15 wins to his name, and he's still been going strong. It was back in 2024 he had 6 wins. Now, he was winless at 9 in 2025. He had 6 starts, a second and 2/3. He likes to do his best running near the front end, but even at the age of 10, he's been facing some tough foes past couple of winters at Turfway Park, last summer over at Churchill as well, and he was holding his own against some very nice animals, showing speed in 7-furlong sprints, which is a very taxing distance at any age for any animal, let alone a 9-year-old. But Crosstown Shootout should come in fresh. Shannon McGovern is a perfect 2 for 2 this season, and Rodney Prescott has been aboard for both of those winners as well. I can understand why this horse has taken some action, but at 10 years old, we'll see if he needs to start off the layoff. He was winless in 2025, and right now, trying to settle for 7-5 on the board or anywhere near 2-1 is just too low to stomach, in my opinion, for Crosstown Shootout. He can absolutely win, but at 2-1, it'll be without me. In post position number 3, El Rosillo. The Florida bred has really made it home here at Horseshoe Indianapolis. He may have been bred in the great state down south. However, he's moved to the Midwest, and he's making start number 21 here at Horseshoe Indianapolis for Michelle Elliott. This 7-year-old Chestnut Gelding does have 3 victories from those 20 starts here locally. Ran in the slop just a couple of weeks ago. Never picked up. He does have 2 wins in the slop, but overall slop has been somewhat hit or miss when he's run into it, and he has run into it a decent amount both at Mahoney and here. In fact, 3 out of his last 5 starts have been in the slop. Now, if you forgive those, he did have a nice 3rd-place finish in what turned out to be a live race with the Lion Eye, and your 2nd-place runner, Lord Majesty, who came back to win. I think he's well-spaced. He's been given some time off. Gutierrez has been riding well here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, and I think Michelle Elliott is bound to start going in the right direction and picking up some wins. 9-2 for El Rosillo. We'll see if the Florida bred can get that Indiana money in here, but I'm all about Sergeant Gump. We'll see if Sergeant Gump can lead them a long ways, and hopefully they lead them right to the winner's circle in here. As the field of 6 goes out for the Thursday Thoroughbred finale, Jimmy takes you through the 350-yard dash. It's your final daily double call as they go to the post 4 minutes from now.
The horses stepping onto the track now for the 8th race. This one at 6 furlongs. Infield of 6. Scratch 1, Yolo Santiago. Number 5, Gimme 3 Steps. Take out the 7, Prince of Pennies. And scratch 8, More Success. Scratch 1, 5, 7, and the number 8. 3, El Rosilo. There's the jockey, Jose Gutierrez. Jose Gutierrez rides the blue 3, El Rosilo. Exacta, Trifecta, Superfecta, the 10-cent Pentafecta featured. This starts the last double. In the 9th, closing with that quarter horse maiden over the 350. Scratch the 5, Secret Smoke. 11, Rhino 6, and the 12, Luna Unlimited. And there's that jockey change for the 4, LB Flash and Chicks to Eduardo Luna Diaz. Eduardo Luna Diaz rides the 4, LB Flash and Chicks. The scratches and rider change in the quarter horse maiden. Fast track, crosswind, 2 minutes. The horses are approaching the starting gate. Now there's very little time to get a bet on. Close to the 6 furlong start. Arriving at the gate. It is now post time. Loading for the sprint. Angel Serpa with Sergeant Gump. First run of 2026 for Crosstown Shootout with Rodney Prescott. Joins Sergeant Gump. Jose Gutierrez with El Rosilo. JJ Mesa up on long shorts. 2 back. Boys Code, Alberto Burgos with a win on the card. So stand by. One more, Sammy Bermudez. Leo Springs last to come up. At 6 furlongs, they're in the gate. The Rolvin sprinting. Fast starts for Crosstown Shootout with El Rosilo in the black cap. Toward the inside, Sergeant Gump is also right there. Part of the early plot. It's El Rosilo, who's come away ahead for Jose Gutierrez. El Rosilo leads by a half length. Rodney Prescott has the 10-year-old 15-time winner. Crosstown Shootout right there with El Rosilo, and Sergeant Gump holds his spot with the rail. Leo Springs running a close fourth as they went past the half-mile pole. The trailers are toward the inside, the gray, Boys Code, and long shorts. The quarter four ticks over 23. They round the far turn, 3 furlongs away. El Rosilo, Crosstown Shootout in the green cap. Crosstown Shootout up to take on El Rosilo as they match strides past the quarter pole, and Leo Springs engages. To the inside, Sergeant Gump straightens away at the rail in fourth. Boys Code, we trail back to long shorts, top of the stretch, half mile, 45.77 seconds for Rodney. It's the veteran. Crosstown Shootout leads them into the final furlong with a 3.5 length advantage on Leo Springs. Then El Rosilo and Sergeant Gump, they're coming past the 16th. Crosstown Shootout. Crosstown Shootout comes back this year on top. Won by 2.5 from Leo Springs, who was kept at bay by Crosstown Shootout. And then Sergeant Gump, El Rosilo, Boys Code, and long shorts was last home. $110.29, 6-10-2-3, 6 Crosstown Shootout, 9-2 first. Number 10, Leo Springs, Eva Money, the runner-up. To the 10-year-old, now 16-time winner. 2 Sergeant Gump at 8-5 was third, and 3 El Rosilo, 8-1 getting into the frame after a sprint in 110.29. Rodney Prescott for Shannon McGovern. Crosstown Shootout, back at 10. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, here's the 6. Crosstown Shootout with Rodney Prescott. Crosstown Shootout is a 10-year-old dark bear brown gelding by Cross Traffic. The Cactus Ridge Mare, Sally. Shannon McGovern trains the now 16-time winner for owner Roger Thursby. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of Crosstown Shootout. 610 exacta paid $27 even. 50-cent trifecta, 610 2, $22.85. 2-6, $5 last call double, $69 even. That featured on a final 2 thoroughbred races daily. The $5 last call double this season. There was no pentafecta. 10-cent superfecta, $7.83. El Rosilo rounds out the frame. The $1 Itoba late pick 404 paid $1,088.30. Here's the 50-cent lead fire 5 result. 5 of 5 for $2,701.50. And the pick 3 capped off by Crosstown Shootout paid $33.90. 110.29. 18 minutes away from the quarter horse maiden over the 350 fast track crosswind. Scratch 5 Secret Smoke, 11 Rhino 6, and the 12 Luna Unlimited. Scratch the 5, 11, and 12. 4 LB Flash and Chicks, Eduardo Luna Diaz on 4 LB Flash and Chicks. And reported overweights, 1 API Mad Dove 4 over, the 2 Undeniable 4 over, 3 Barbie Cartels plus 4 pounds, 7 Lil Cool Kate 4 over, and the 9 SS Dreamcatcher 2 extra pounds to carry over the 350. Exacta trifecta superfecta, and there's the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta featured. Post time 6:13. Quarter horse analyst Jimmy McInerney coming up soon. The Rolfing sprinting. Fast starts for Crosstown Shootout with El Rosilo in the black cap. Toward the inside, Sergeant Gump is also right there. Part of the early plot, it's El Rosilo, who's come away ahead for Jose Gutierrez. El Rosilo leads by a half length. Rodney Prescott has the 10-year-old 15-time winner Crosstown Shootout right there with El Rosilo, and Sergeant Gump holds his spot with the rail. Leo Springs running a close fourth as they went past the half-mile pole. The trailers are toward the inside, the gray, boys code, and long shorts. The quarter four ticks over 23. They round the far turn, 3 furlongs away. El Rosilo, Crosstown Shootout in the green cap. Crosstown Shootout up to take on El Rosilo as they match strides past the quarter pole, and Leo Springs engages. To the inside, Sergeant Gump straightens away at the rail in fourth. Boys code, we trail back to long shorts, top of the stretch, half mile. 45.77 seconds for Rodney. It's the veteran. Crosstown Shootout leads them into the final furlong with a 3.5 length advantage on Leo Springs. Then El Rosilo and Sergeant Gump. They're coming past the 16th. Crosstown Shootout. Crosstown Shootout comes back this year on top. Won by 2.5 from Leo Springs, who was kept at bay by Crosstown Shootout. And then Sergeant...
Portion of the day with Crosstown Shootout was 8-1 morning line. That was our price play of the day and got home. And let's hope that trend continues here as we kick off the ninth and final. And we switch over to a quarter horse dash for the cash, 350 yards. Now, Kelly Girl mastered that slot brilliantly yesterday to win that allowance race for Claudio Barraza and Edgar Diaz. We're going to close out the racing week here with a $17,000 quarter horse maiden for the 3-year-old. Speaking of quarter horses, coming up on May 30th is the first of our 6 all quarter horse days. Now, first post that day will be 10:45 and feature the Harley Green Derby, $104,000 event, the Born Runner Classic. There'll be trials for the QHRAI Derby as well. Last year, this program was a tremendous card, and our handle, in fact, showed that as we set a record that day, $1.232 million, and looking forward to that. That's the first of all quarter horse racing. 6 of those days, in fact, throughout the season. That'll be May 30th, first post 10:45. But post time today is in about 9 minutes for this quarter horse race, again, the maiden race. And I went price shopping here. I thought all the money would be on the 6, and in fact it is right now 3-5 on Miss KTB 23. But I'm going to use that horse, but I'm going to try to beat the horse in here and use a horse that currently is 14-1 right now, and that's number 8, Ivory Jayan. Now, this is a filly by Ivory James, who was starting to come on and come into her own last year when progressing nicely through the season for Patrick Easter, who's the owner, breeder, and Natasha Perez, a longtime conditioner around here, a former jockey who done very well, and she's been climbing the ranks as far as the trainer standings here and does a very good job. Now, this one in the seasonal bout last start, lost all chance, really. You look in the short comment, it says bit tight early, and she was in really good trouble, and now it was just a tough break there that day under the return rider Diego Bocanegra, and I look for this horse to rebound. Now, if you look the last season, the last couple of starts of last season, she put it all together and ran a bang-up second, ran a bang-up third, ended up coming home in that 350-yard dash on September 23rd in 18.407 seconds. I think that could win this race, in fact, and 15-1 is a huge price on these connections, this pedigree. I'm going to try to turn the tables here on number 6, Miss KTB, as I'm taking the 8 on top. Now, for second, number 2, Undeniable. Undeniable is 5-1 right now on the tote board, was 4-1 morning line, so drifting up just a touch. And Giovanni Vasquez Gomez has the call for his wife Jessie Vasquez, and this one will be making the 6th start for that connection, and sired by a champion stallion, in fact, Uncle D. So I think with the connections and the pedigree, this filly is going to definitely be in the mix. And speaking of rough trips, as we talked about in my first horse, this one has had a world of trouble in over half of her 5 starts. Again, of course, by Uncle D out of that Valiant Hero mare Grinchy. This one last start off the shelf, ran okay, was 5th, beating the link, but look back in the comment line, 2 starts back, awkward start, brushed, kicked, slight hop at the start. If this thing puts it all together, it's better than 5-1, and I believe it's better than these, and this one actually ran a really good race a couple of starts back, and you know, I think if the horse can just get a clean trip, has an inside stall, the inside of the track's been playing pretty good today, and I think has a little bit of advantage, so Undeniable for those reasons. I'm going to give the 2nd spot here in my picks. And now for third, the people's pick, number 6, Miss KTB 23, 7-2 on the morning line, 4-5. Should she be 4-5? Probably so. Can she win? Absolutely. Am I going to use her on top? No. But if I'm playing a bet like a try or a super, in course in this race, the all-quarter horse Pentafecta, this Pentafecta race, top 5 finishers, I have to have this horse on my ticket. 3-5, yes, a short price, but last start, the horse was overwhelming favorite, got brushed, knocked around, bothered late in the stages, and ran 4th, was beating the length of 3/4, but the race was over. That was a really good field that day, but what I really like about this horse, the horse debuted here, took a little bit of action, kind of just ran around there. Next start, the horse improved in the futurity trials on August 25th and was 4th, beating the length in 3/4. That horse ran such a good time that day, it qualified for the leaders of the class futurity and ran 3rd against a really good horse, winner takes all that day, and has faced the likes of Cowgirl Beach. Of course, we all know that horse, but I just think this horse with a clean trip has a chance, but racing's racing. Could the horse get in trouble again, get bounced around? Yeah, so I want to have some coverage, and 3-5, it's too short a price for me just to take a stand on this horse. The horse does have the talent. The horse is absolutely turned down in the paddock, but I'm going to use the horse on my try ticket. I'm going to go 8-2-6, but if you're playing a bet like the Superfecta, wanted to point out a horse, talking with Martha, that she thought that you might want to use if you're playing a bet like a superfecta and want to add a price to these top 3 horses that we both like. And that's number 4 in here at 18-1. Flashing Chicks. Now this one 30-1 on the morning line as we switch over and look at this horse. And wow, this Oral filly 3-year-old by First Moonflash looks really good in the paddock. Now, one start, refused to break. Since then, the horse has obviously been at the gate, just had a bullet work back on the 17th, and Labrado Barraza, certainly a very, very good trainer, and the horse absolutely looks very good in the paddock. So I'll probably add that horse like Martha did here for my tries and supers and get some value and try to add a price there. And if I'm going to bet them, I got to box them. So I'm going to go 8-2-6. I'm going to throw Martha's 4 in there. I'm going to box those horses in the try and maybe use the all button for the 5th spot for the Pentafecta here. This quarter horse Pentafecta offered 10-cent base bet. And that's my thoughts here on the quarter horse race as we close out the racing week. Again, we have the Indy 500 coming up Sunday. We have that special Monday holiday post time coming up. And good week of racing, looking at the PPs next week here put together by our racing secretary, Chris Polson, and staff. So that's all for today. We got 5 minutes. Get those bets in and have a great rest of your week. Good luck.
The horses called postward for the 9th and final. Closing out the card with this quarter horse maiden dash over the 350 yards fast track. Hearing field of 9. Scratch 5, Secret Smoke. 11, Rhino 6, and the 12, Luna Unlimited. Numbers 5, 11, and 12 all have been scratched from the maiden. 4 LB Flashing Chicks, the jockey. There's Eduardo Luna Diaz. Rides the yellow 4. LB Flashing Chicks. Overweights the 1 API Mad Dove 4 over. 2 Undeniable 4 over. 3 Barbie Cartels plus 4 pounds. 7 Lil Cool Kate 4 pounds over. And 9 SS Dreamcatcher plus 2 pounds. Exact the trifecta superfecta and the quarter horse pentafecta and close to post. The horses have reached the starting gate. It is now post time. AP, I'm That Dove. First to take her position in the starting gate, Undeniable. Joined AP, I'm That Dove. Miss KTB 23 went it well. Barbie Cartels. Bill Cool Kate has loaded. Barbie Cartels joined. Eduardo Luna Diaz with LB Flashin' Chicks to post 4. Ivory Jane is in. SS Dreamcatcher. One more. Giovanni Flores Munoz with the newcomer Jesse B. Zuman. At 350 yards to close out the card. Fast Track Crosswind. Memorial Day Monday post time here from noon Eastern. Last of the day. All in. Barbie Cartels just flipped in the gate. Late scratch after flipping in the starting gate at the 350-yard start. 3 Barbie Cartels has now been ordered scratched. Scratch the blue 3. Barbie Cartels won't participate. There'll be a 6-3 consolation double. 6-3 for a consolation double. Those using 3 Barbie Cartels. And our final pick 3 on the card. You'll now receive the post-time favorite in that. Scratch the blue 3. Back at the gate to reload. Undeniable going back into the starting gate. Joined AP, I'm That Dove, Miss KTB 23. Lil Cool Kate taking her position back in the starting gate. Ivory Jane, late scratch on that 3 Barbie Cartels after flipping in the starting gate. Barbie Cartels, that late scratch. LB Flash and Chicks rejoins. SS Dreamcatcher, and one more again. Giovanni Flores Munoz with Jesse B. Zuman. Here to close out the card. 3 Barbie Cartels, that late scratch, 350 yards, crosswind. Memorial Day Monday from noon, last of the day. Ready again. And the Thursday finale, AP I'm That Dove racing away past the 330 from Undeniable, who looks to be outpaced now. Here comes a charge from Miss KTB 23, and on the outside, Ivory Jane, and farther out is SS Dreamcatcher near the stand side rail. It's AP I'm That Dove. AP I'm That Dove holds Miss KTB 23, and then SS Dreamcatcher was next with Undeniable. Ivory Jane and Jesse B. Zuman among those next passed after the 350 start. Unofficial, 169281 AP I'm That Dove. 5-1 first. Over the 6, Miss KTB 23. 3-5. Final favorite, the runner-up in the maiden. 17.492 seconds. Fast crosswind. 9 SS Dreamcatcher. 28-1 third. The 2 Undeniable. 7-2 fourth. And the 8 Ivory Jane gets into the quarter horse pentafecta. So Francisco Quintero here for Oscar Preciado. AP I'm That Dove gets the whole shot and is off the mark in his 9th career start. Make that start 7 for AP I'm That Dove was 5-1. It's official. 16928 after the quarter horse maiden. 17.492 seconds. Returning to the Murphy Trailer Sales Winner's Circle, the 1 AP I'm That Dove with Francisco Quintero. She's a 3-year-old sorrel filly by TF I'm That Guy. And the Separatist mare Dove Lovely. Owned and trained by Oscar Preciado. She was born here in the Hoosier State. Horseshoe Indianapolis congratulates the winning connections of AP I'm That Dove. Gets off the mark. This was her 7th career start. She's out to the maiden ranks, clocking 17.492. The 1-6 exacta paid $26.60. 10-cent superfecta, $32.76. The 50-cent trifecta, 169. SS Dreamcatcher third, paid $58.50. 6-1 double, $62.40. 6-3 for a consolation double, $9 even. 3 Barbie Cartels was a late scratch after flipping within the starting gate. 50-cent pick 3, $80.45, and the 10-cent quarter horse pentafecta returned $108.26. Ivory Jane ran 5th, 17.492. Fast track Crosswind. That concludes our live racing program for today. And to wrap up this week, no live racing here Friday, Saturday, nor Sunday over the holiday weekend. Horseshoe Indianapolis Casino open 24/7. First floor OTB for simulcast wagering over the next 3 days. Live racing returns here on the holiday. We'll be racing on Memorial Day Monday as we honor all of our fallen heroes. Memorial Day post time will be at noon. Until next time, for all of us here at Horseshoe Indianapolis, it's been my pleasure from the broadcast booth. Heading into the holiday weekend, be safe for now. Track announcer John G. Dooley saying good night. And the Thursday finale, AP I'm That Dove racing away past the 330 from Undeniable, who looks to be outpaced now. Here comes a charge from Miss KTB 23, and on the outside, Ivory Jane, and farther out is SS Dreamcatcher near the stand side rail. It's AP I'm That Dove. AP I'm That Dove holds Miss KTB 23, and then